Never Say Match. No Match for Love, Book 9. Written by Lindzee Armstrong. Narrated by Tiffany Williams. Dedicated to my Oklahoma grandmother, Geraldine Winters, who always believed one day I'd be published. I miss you. Chapter 1. The minutes right before 10 a.m. were by far the most nerve-wracking part of Cassidy's day. She looked around the bakery with a critical eye, searching for anything that might be out of place. The Victorian couch and two high-backed chairs that she'd reupholstered sat at the front of the store, the lines from the handheld vacuum still visible on the fabric. The mismatched tables and chairs, yard sale finds she'd painted vibrant colors, had been wiped down. The display case next to the cash register overflowed with freshly baked cupcakes, cookies, brownies, and cakes, the front of the case wiped clean with the smudges and fingerprints from yesterday. She could still smell the key lime from the cupcake of the day mixing with the more traditional scents of chocolate and vanilla. The minute hand on the large wall clock ticked to the upright position. 10 o'clock exactly. Cassidy took a deep breath, then flipped the sign on the glass front door from closed to open, praying she'd sell enough this month to cover her rent and basic costs. No easy feat in a town as small as Sunset Plains, where the customers were loyal but few. If her parents didn't generously let her live at home rent-free, she'd never have been able to qualify for the bank loan that allowed her to open Cupcakes and Cowboys. And while living at home wasn't ideal, she'd forever be grateful for their support of her dreams. The next half hour was quiet, with only the soft sounds of the radio to keep her company. Cassidy didn't let the lack of customers dampen her spirits and hummed along to the country song. Mondays were always her slowest day of the week, and mornings were even slower. She sat on the stool behind the counter, using the tablet that doubled as her cash register to respond to emails when the bell on the front door jingled. Cassidy looked up, her heart jumping in anticipation of her first customer of the day. The shadow against the frosted glass door was short and curvy, suggesting a woman. She hoped it was Mrs. Smith, who always bought one of the more expensive cakes to satisfy her sweet tooth. But it wasn't elderly Mrs. Smith at the door. Annabeth Collins walked in, the morning sun highlighting her platinum curls briefly before the door swung shut. She set her sunglasses on top of her head and walked across the laminate floor, the click of her cowboy boots echoing in the empty room as her eyes took in everything. Annabeth and Cassidy hadn't run in the same circles in high school, but they had been friendly to each other. With a graduating class of only 32 students, they'd all known each other pretty well. "Good morning," Cassidy said, smiling at Annabeth. She wasn't the type to eat carbs or sugar, but her mother was a frequent customer. Annabeth looked around, her gaze approving. "This is a right fine shop you've got here. Mama talks about it a lot. I've been meaning to stop in." Satisfaction rolled through Cassidy, reminding her once again that everything she had gone through in the past year was worth the opportunity to live out her dream. "Thank you. I'm really happy with how it turned out. What can I do for you today?" Annabeth set her purse on the counter, the diamond in her engagement ring flashing. "I want you to bake my wedding cake." Cassidy inhaled sharply, her chest suddenly ice-cold in direct contrast to the warm June day. Her mind flashed back to the last wedding cake she had baked and decorated. Her own. She'd spent hours on the gum paste flowers and baked a tier of spice cake, Seth's favorite, even though the smell had made her stop 3 times to throw up. She still didn't know what her mama did with the cake when Seth failed to show up at the church. It had been 339 days, but Cassidy's heart still bled every time she thought about it. She looked away, straightening the small stack of customer loyalty cards next to the cash register. "I don't do wedding cakes. Sorry." Annabeth let out an exasperated sigh, like Cassidy was an obstinate toddler refusing to comply with a simple request. "I know you don't like to do them, but you did that one in high school for Bethany Edwards, and it was beautiful." That was a long time ago. Cassidy had turned down every single request since Seth left, despite how badly she needed the money. A wedding cake is the focus of the reception, and I need someone I know will do a good job. Here, I have a picture. Annabeth pulled a wrinkled paper from her purse and handed it to Cassidy. The image looked like it had been torn from a magazine, and the left edge was jagged. It showcased a 5-tiered wedding cake with white fondant and elegant silver piping. Pink sugar flowers trailed down the side. Cassidy took a deep breath, fighting to control her emotions. It was remarkably similar to the cake she had made for herself. Not that anyone had seen the finished product. It wasn't like the cake had been served at a reception. She thought about the money the cake would bring in, enough to pay an entire month's rent on the bakery. She'd get a 30-day reprieve from counting cupcakes and praying to sell just a dozen more so she could make the payment. But then she remembered the way panic had engulfed her when her mama said no one could find Seth. She'd clawed at her wedding dress, the tight fabric on her growing stomach forcing her to lean over a trash can and empty her stomach before her mama could undo all the buttons. "I can't," Cassidy said, forcing the words through her tight throat. "I'm really sorry. I'm happy to recommend a few alternatives." "You're the only bakery in town." Like she didn't already know that, but Sunset Plains wasn't the only place to buy a cake. "There are lots of reputable bakeries in Tulsa. I'm sure any one of them would do an excellent job." "I want to order a wedding cake from you." Annabeth folded her arms, her lips pulling down in a pout. "I won't have time the day before my wedding for a 2-hour drive to and from Tulsa to pick up a cake. Can't you make an exception, just this once?" Cassidy's mind flashed to sitting on her bed, panic making her heart race and entire body clammy with sweat. She had discovered blood when using the restroom. Her mother's arms had wrapped tightly around her as she gasped, each cramp more intense than the last. She and Seth had planned to spend their wedding night at a bed and breakfast in Oklahoma City. Instead, Cassidy had ended up in the small Sunset Plains emergency room without him. "I'm more than happy to cater the reception or provide refreshments for the bridal shower," Cassidy said, her voice thick. "But I can't do the cake." Annabeth's eyes flashed with anger. "I'd think a new bakery wouldn't turn away a paying customer. I just want my wedding day to be perfect." And Annabeth Collins was used to getting her way. Cassidy gripped the countertop, her composure slipping. Any wedding day that ended with the bride and groom in the same room seemed pretty perfect to Cassidy. A sick pit lodged itself in her stomach as she thought about how much money she was turning away. "I'm really sorry, Annabeth." Annabeth folded her arms, her eyes narrowing into slits as she glared. "He's in a movie, you know, with Jase Larson. I saw the trailer for it the other day." Cassidy's knees trembled. Suddenly, she was back in that sterile ER hospital bed hearing the words, "The heartbeat's gone. I'm sorry." The stress had proved too much for the unplanned pregnancy. Even though the thought of being a mother terrified Cassidy, losing the baby and Seth all at once had devastated her. "What?" "It's been a year, Cassidy. Get over it. He obviously has." The words hit Cassidy like a ton of bricks as Annabeth whirled and stomped toward the door, her blonde hair swaying against her back as she yanked it open. She walked past the front window and disappeared down the sidewalk, probably heading to the pharmacy her parents owned 3 doors down to complain to her mother. Cassidy fumbled to turn on the tablet. She brought up the search engine and typed in Seth Harrington. Numerous articles appeared from various celebrity magazines. Her hand shook so badly it took 3 tries to properly tap the first link. The interview talked about how pleased Seth was to be in a movie with A-list actor Jase Larson, who had taken Seth under his wing. It seemed the two had become close friends since Seth abandoned Cassidy for California. She tapped on one article after another. By all accounts, the movie, a romantic comedy with a love triangle between 2 best friends and the girl they both loved, was supposed to be one of the blockbuster hits of the summer. Why hadn't she heard about it before now? Had she been that out of touch? Her finger hovered over a link for the trailer. This is what he'd abandoned her for. She tapped on the link. Seth filled the screen, dressed in swim trunks and facing off with a shirtless Jase Larson. Seth looked so different from how she'd remembered him. His face was covered in dark scruff and his hair a few inches longer. And while he'd always been built, those washboard abs were new. "You're not good enough for her," Seth seethed as the beach teemed with tourists behind him. "And you think you are?" Jase demanded, taking a step forward. "You think a 5-minute chat at a speed dating event compares to 10 years of being her friend?" "I guess we'll find out," Seth said. "Game on. May the best man win." The two men shook hands as the scene cut to one with the female lead. The trailer was good, much as Cassidy hated to admit it. A fun and flirty rom-com that would delight women everywhere. She'd always known Seth had what it took to make it big, had believed in him so fiercely that she had ignored her own career goals to help him with his. She'd spent hours on set, silently watching as he filmed various indie movies. A few even won awards, and she'd stood proudly in the audience while he accepted every one. She tapped the home button on the tablet with an angry jab. He'd taken a step forward in his career and left her to deal with the mess at home. Alone. But she was better off without him, as hard of a lesson as it had been to learn. And in the end, it was better that a baby hadn't been born into the mess that was her life. Cassidy went through the rest of the day on autopilot. At 7 o'clock, she closed the shop and left without going through her usual evening routine, taking the unsold product with her. It would be nice to sell out just once. The cowboys at Star Ranch hardly appreciated the hours she spent piping on frosting. One day, she promised herself. The cowboys might not appreciate her piping skills, but they were sure appreciative of her baking abilities. Watching them devour the leftovers was always a good ego boost. The sun glowed low in the sky on its path towards setting. Cassidy rolled down the window of her truck and let the warm June breeze play with her hair as the stress melted away. Seth could have Hollywood. She would stay right here in Oklahoma and run her shop. She never should have put aside her dream for his. They planned to move to California after the wedding, and she dreaded it. City life felt like a prison sentence. She waved at the pastor's wife as they passed each other on the narrow road, then turned down the long driveway to the ranch. The blacktop was rough with divots and potholes from the ice storms that winter, jostling the truck back and forth. Cassidy saw Cupcake, her chocolate and cream paint mare, grazing near the fence, and made a mental note to visit her after dinner. Cassidy parked on the grass outside the red farmhouse and wandered inside, her shoulders relaxing at the comfort of home. She inhaled deeply and her nose filled with the scent of pork roast and hot rolls. "I'm home, Mama," Cassidy called, following her nose to the kitchen. "Do you need help with—" She froze under the archway between the kitchen and the dining room, zeroing in on the unfamiliar man sitting at the bar stool, his broad back on full display. A black t-shirt hugged his muscled arms. Drat. Her mother hadn't mentioned they were having company for dinner. Maybe she could sneak upstairs and plead a headache. The man glanced over his shoulder at her. A slow smile appeared, showcasing his blindingly white Hollywood grin, while a dimple popped in one cheek. Cassidy's jaw dropped. Jase Larson, A-list celebrity. Seth's co-star and new best friend. She'd always assumed his good looks were a product of lots of airbrushing, but clearly that wasn't the case. "Hi." He rose from the bar stool and strode toward her. Denim jeans clung to his legs with each step, and Cassidy's heart slammed against her ribcage. "I'm Jase." Cassidy's hand was in his before she registered the action. His shake was strong and firm, and she fought the sudden and ridiculous urge to giggle. Her palms felt inexplicably sweaty, and she rubbed them against her pant legs. Jase Larson. In her kitchen. What on earth was happening? The awe at his unexpected presence disappeared as she remembered Seth's praise of the man in the article she had read. "Oh, I know who you are, Jase Larson. Did Seth send you?" Jase's brow furrowed and he folded his massive arms. "I'm sorry?" His confusion seemed genuine, but Seth had taught her to never trust an actor. They were experts at faking. Pain sliced viciously through Cassidy, sending a release of energy that left her feeling sick. An actor, in her home, one that worked with Seth. "Where's my mama?" Cassidy demanded. "And how did you end up at my house?" "She went upstairs to switch the laundry, and Sean arranged everything. He's been great." That stopped Cassidy cold. "What does my brother have to do with anything?" "We met about 6 months ago on the Ocean Dream. When this role came up, I gave him a call." That was the cruise ship that Sean had been a VIP coordinator on until recently. But if Sean knew Jase, why hadn't he ever said anything? She thought back over their recent conversations. They'd pretty much all focused on Sean's nauseatingly adorable devotion to his fiancée, Natalie. They'd met on the ship, and Sean had moved to Arizona to pursue a relationship. She folded her arms and glared at Chase. "Sean knows lots of celebrities. It's an unfortunate consequence of his job, but that still does not explain why you're in my house." Jase's full lips lifted in a slow smile, deepening the dimple in his cheek. "I'm a method actor." His tone oozed with arrogant confidence, as though she should bow in awe at his dedication to his craft. Seth had been like that. "And?" Cassidy snapped. "And I just got a part in a Western. I called Sean, who talked to your dad, and we reached an agreement. I'll be staying at the ranch for the next 4 months to prepare for my role." Chapter 2. When Jase had contacted Randy Erickson about spending 4 months at Star Ranch, he'd wanted one thing: escape from Hollywood. He hadn't expected to run into this gorgeous woman barely an hour after arriving. She wore shorts that hugged her hips, a fitted gray t-shirt that emphasized her curves, and cowboy boots. Was that flour dusting her shoulder? It gave her a down-to-earth look that he adored. Blonde hair pulled back in a messy bun emphasized her prominent cheekbones and stormy gray eyes. She folded her arms across her chest, and Jase fought to hold back a grin. He loved a woman with a little fight. Hollywood types were way too accommodating. "You're seriously going to stay here?" Cassidy's full lips turned down in an enticing pout. He'd met her type before. Spoiled prima donnas who threw tantrums when plans were changed without their approval. "There aren't a lot of hotels in town, and to get the true ranch experience, I should live like a ranch hand." Jase needed to completely immerse himself in this role and not just play the character, but be the character. Acting no longer held the thrill it once had, and with each new role he struggled to regain the fire by diving deeper and deeper into character. He hadn't grown up dreaming of one day being a famous actor. He'd always been one. His mother was an award-winning producer and director. The fact that she was a successful woman in a man's world only made Hollywood adore her more. Jase had been acting since before he could walk. Other career choices were never discussed, and in the beginning, he'd loved it. But not anymore. Cassidy snorted, wrinkling her nose as though she smelled manure. "You're going to wake up at dawn, feed the animals, mend fences—" "Let me stop you right there, sweetheart." The words felt as strange on his tongue as the day-old stubble on his face, but it seemed like something a ranch hand would say. He walked over to Cassidy and didn't stop until their boots were touching. The top of her head barely came to his chest, and he stared down into her gray eyes, which crackled with anger. He expected her to step back, maybe play with her hair and look away with a coy flutter of her eyelashes. But she didn't flinch, didn't back down. Her feet didn't budge an inch, and his respect for her grew. "I'm going to do all of it. For the next 4 months, I don't want you to treat me any differently than you would any other ranch hand." "Oh, were you expecting special treatment? Maybe the women in Hollywood are impressed by your good looks and Oscar nomination, even if you did lose, but I couldn't care less." Jase smirked because he knew it would infuriate her. "I can see that." She did step back then, and he felt a surge of victory, like he had won some unspoken battle. Her eyes glowed with anger. I wouldn't want to interfere with your method acting. Ranch hands don't hang out in the family's kitchen. She tossed her head toward the door. The bunkhouse is around back. Your mother invited me to stay for dinner. In fact, she had told him to eat with the family as much as he pleased. Jase guessed that for the money he was paying the Ericksons, they'd let him eat whatever and wherever he wanted. If the mouth-watering scent of baking bread was an indication of Sarah Erickson's cooking abilities, he'd take his meals here every day. Homemade rolls, not the gluten-free healthy substitutes they served at upscale restaurants or the dry and crumbly varieties at grocery stores, but real rolls, probably made with animal fat and loads of butter. Footsteps sounded on the stairs, light and quick. A moment later, Sarah entered the kitchen, her apron hanging on her slender frame. She had the same gray eyes as her daughter, and the same blonde curls as well, although Sarah's were streaked with silver. She came to an abrupt stop, her eyes brimming with guilt. "Oh, you're home, Cassidy." Cassidy jabbed a finger in his direction. "When were you going to mention this?" Venom dripped off the word, making Jase grin even wider. "They probably didn't want to anger the beast," Jase said. Sarah's lined brow told him he had hit the nail on the head. "I see you've met Jase. He arrived not long before you, so I haven't had a chance to show him around yet. Why don't you take him to the bunkhouse and give him a feel for the place? Dinner will be ready in about 30 minutes. Cassidy's eyes narrowed and she folded her arms. "Are you sure you don't need help, Mama?" "Getting Jase settled in is help enough." There was a finality to her voice that apparently even Cassidy couldn't argue, because she gave a heavy sigh and pushed her way outside. The bright blue door stuck as it swung closed, not quite shutting. "She'll warm up eventually," Sarah said. "She doesn't like actors much, but that's just because the only one she's ever known did her wrong." Jase felt a twinge of guilt in his gut. Maybe she wasn't a spoiled brat used to getting her way, and his presence caused her actual distress. But no, he was overthinking things. He wondered what high school crush slighted Cassidy in his pursuit of community theater. Whatever had happened, Ice Queen certainly knew how to hold a grudge. "Thanks, Sarah." Jase gave her his best celebrity smile and followed Cassidy's exit route, pulling the door firmly shut behind him. Cassidy was nearly to the barn, and Jase lengthened his stride to catch up. Lush green grass spread before him, but it was sparse and matted from footsteps. He had a feeling this grass was wild and not the result of seed or sod. No one tried to force this grass to be something it wasn't, and he loved that about it. Jase inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the clean, humid air. After a lifetime of living in Southern California, he hadn't expected to notice the humidity, but Oklahoma was definitely muggier than he was used to. He fell into step beside Cassidy, sidestepping a muddy patch in the grass. "So you hate actors, huh?" Cassidy barely glanced at him. "They're arrogant, self-involved narcissists." "You've known me 5 minutes. Sometimes that's all the time it takes." Jase barely held back a chuckle. She was certainly spunky. He'd met his fair share of women in Hollywood, everyone from simpering, spineless socialites who hung on his every word to women who pretended disdain in a thinly veiled attempt to hold his interest. Cassidy was different, though. He could tell his presence here really did infuriate her. She didn't like him, and it was unexpectedly refreshing. A horse with a dark brown coat snorted as they walked by a pasture that smelled strongly of hay and manure. The barn's red paint was chipped and peeling, but the 2-story structure, complete with a hayloft, held a certain charm. They rounded the barn, bringing the bunkhouse into view. Jase wrinkled his nose. He hadn't expected to be so close to the pastures and hoped the smell wasn't as strong inside. Would his character even notice if it was, or was that the sort of thing you become nose-blind to? The bunkhouse was nothing special, just a 1-story building with gray siding, a pitched roof, and a rather boxy front with windows on either side of the front door and no porch or eaves. A 4-foot square cement slab had been poured in front of the door, presumably to keep the mud and dirt to a minimum. The lack of frills and decorations made it obvious men lived here. "Cassidy," a voice called. A man strode across the grass toward them in a worn gray cowboy hat and dark brown boots with the bronze skin of someone who spent a lot of time outdoors. "Mason." Cassidy ignored Jase and changed directions, meeting the man halfway and giving him a hug. Mason held on to Cassidy a moment longer than was appropriate, his eyes lingering on her face as she pulled away. "Your mama just radioed me." Mason held out a hand toward Jase, eyes hooded with distrust. "Mason Crenshaw, you'll be shadowing me while you're here." Jase took the hand in a firm shake. He'd win Mason over soon enough. "Jase Larson, nice to meet you." Cassidy took a step back, her eyes narrowed as she glanced back and forth between the two men. "You knew about this?" Uh-oh. Jase watched in interest as Mason scratched his forehead, tilting the cowboy hat back. "Not for long. Your dad just talked to me last night." Cassidy's jaw clenched. She whirled and strode back across the grass without another word. "Cassidy!" Mason called. She ignored him, heading for a grazing horse in a nearby pasture. Her hair bounced with every step, a few strands slipping out of the haphazard bun. Maybe someone had melted the Ice Queen's heart after all. The thought made Jase uncomfortable. Mason let out a curse, slapping his cowboy hat against one leg so that dust billowed up in puffs. "Knew she'd be mad when she found out, but Randy asked me not to say anything." Jase's estimation of the man went up a notch. "I really appreciate the discretion." Mason's eyes narrowed. "Whatever the boss wants, the boss gets." "Okay, then." Jase cleared his throat. "Well, the boss's daughter certainly seems to dislike me, so let's hope he doesn't decide it's time for me to leave. Are you and Cassidy—" Mason shoved his hat back on his head and pulled it low over his eyes, ignoring the question. "Well, come inside and I'll show you around." Ah, it was like that, then. Mason wanted more, but was either too scared to make a move or had already been rejected. Poor guy. The bunkhouse pretty much looked like the pictures Jase had found online while researching. The door opened into a large living room with a multitude of couches and a large television on one wall. Jase had expected a mess, but was surprised at how clean the place was. No clutter and no dirt on the floor. Boots were neatly lined up next to the front door. "Where are all the men?" Jase asked, looking around the empty living room. "A few cows fell sick today." Mason walked through a set of sliding barn doors that led into an open kitchen with a long dining room table. "Meal times are at 6, noon, and 6. You're welcome to anything in that fridge or those cupboards if you get hungry. On days you'll be out on the range, you pack your own lunch before heading out." Jase's entire body tingled with anticipation. This was so different from any role he had ever played. Maybe it would be the role that finally helped him regain the fire he'd once felt. He'd shadowed soldiers and doctors, and once even a forensic scientist for roles, but never a cowboy. This life overflowed with long days and hard work, but something about the simplicity appealed to him. They left the kitchen and walked down a narrow hallway. The communal bathroom featured 6 of everything, and the bunk room held 2 rows of bunk beds, enough to sleep 20. Mason pointed to a top bunk near the middle of one row. "That's your bed. Randy said you don't want special treatment, so don't expect any from me." Jase raised an eyebrow, but nodded. "Do all the ranch hands live here?" "No, just temporary hires. There's another bunkhouse on the other side of the barn with more private rooms for the permanent employees, and some of the guys have families and live in town. I'm in the other bunkhouse if you need me. I'll pick you up after breakfast." "Thanks, Mason." Jase gave the man a firm handshake. He grunted, withdrawing quickly. "I better go make sure Cassidy's okay." He disappeared out the door, leaving Jase alone in the room. Maybe Mason and Cassidy weren't together, but it seemed like Mason certainly wanted to be. Jase almost felt bad about putting his mentor in the doghouse. Almost. Something in the flash of Cassidy's eyes made Jase long to figure her out. His phone rang, startling him from his thoughts. His heart dropped when he saw who it was. Mother. She had never been Mama like Cassidy called Sarah, or even Mom. Jase wanted to ignore the call, but he knew if he didn't answer, she'd keep bugging him until he did. Maybe even send some of her people to hunt him down. So he answered the call with a reluctant, "Hello, Mother." "You can't seriously be in Oklahoma right now." No greeting, no, "Hey, how are you?" She always did have a way of cutting straight to the point. "I'm researching my new role." And on his own dime, too. Production didn't mind funding a week or two of research, which was what he had done in the beginning, but he couldn't embrace a role in such a short amount of time. Slowly, his research had stretched from a few weeks to a few months. Eccentric, even by Hollywood standards, but his performances showed the effort he put in. "Research is a week. Delaying production so you can shovel manure for 4 months is inexcusable." Jase's stomach twisted. The producer had been annoyed but agreed to Jase's terms. How had she found out? "You aren't involved in this film, so I don't see why it matters." There was no pleasing her. She wanted the Academy Award-winning performance, but it annoyed her endlessly when he put in the time. "I am now. Clearly you can't be left to your own devices on this one. Production starts in a month. If you haven't immersed yourself into the role by then, we'll recast it." And the phone clicked dead. Chapter 3. Cassidy stormed away from the bunkhouse, fury making her steps forceful. She would not turn around and watch Jase walk inside, however well he filled out his jeans. Looks weren't worth much if the person's soul was ugly. She couldn't believe she'd have to put up with that actor for the next 4 months. Really, when it came down to it, she couldn't think of a worse word to call him. Jase didn't seem to have any idea that she was Seth's ex-fiancé. She didn't know why she was surprised that Seth had never mentioned her to his best friend, but the knowledge unexpectedly hurt. Whatever, if Jase was best friends with a jerk like Seth, then he couldn't be a very good guy. If he expected her to act starstruck and to fall all over him, he could think again. She would spend the next 4 months making sure Jase knew just how unimportant he was, and she'd start by acting like he didn't exist. The darkening clouds mirrored her mood, and wind rustled the leaves of the trees. She kicked a dirt clod across the grass, then stomped up the side steps and into the kitchen, slamming the door shut behind her. Her mama looked up in surprise. She held a peach in one hand and a knife in the other, expertly skinning it. "You're back already?" Cassidy grunted. She yanked open the fridge and pulled out the makings for a salad. Her mother provided one at nearly every meal, and she was sure this one would be no different. She needed to keep her hands busy. "Where's Jase?" her mama asked. "At the bunkhouse." Mama dropped the now sliced peach into the bowl and washed her hands, then turned to scowl at Cassidy. "I thought I told you to show him around." Since no one had told her about their guest, Cassidy didn't feel especially bad about reneging on that promise. "He's a big boy. I'm sure he can figure it out." "I raised you better than this. Where's your sense of hospitality?" "It must have been shocked out of me." Cassidy rinsed the carrots, then slammed them down on the cutting board and picked up a knife. "Why didn't you tell me he was coming?" Mama took a deep breath and closed her eyes. No doubt she was praying for patience. "Your father and I made what we felt was the best decision for the ranch. We knew if we told you an actor would be staying here, it'd upset you, and figured there was no use in poking the sleeping bull until we had to." Cassidy flinched. "Sean knew." "Since he's the one who told us about the opportunity, yes." "And what about Tanner? Did you tell him too?" Mama fiddled with the dish rag, not meeting Cassidy's eyes. "It might have come up when we spoke to him on the phone a few days ago." Betrayal stabbed at Cassidy, and she chopped the carrots furious. "So the only child you didn't tell was the one who actually lives here." "Careful or you're going to take off a finger." The garage door opened, then closed. Her dad's off-key whistle and the shuffling of boots being removed floated in from the mudroom. A moment later, he entered the kitchen. His graying hair was matted down from a day spent wearing a cowboy hat, his flannel shirt dusted with dirt. He paused when he saw them. "Well, aren't you a bunch of sour faces to come home to?" He leaned down and kissed Mama, then turned on the faucet and washed his hands. "Cassidy's met our new house guest." Mama raised an eyebrow meaningfully. "Thanks for that, by the way." Cassidy dumped the carrots over the greens and grabbed a cucumber. She was going to have serious words with both of her brothers. It was a fantastic surprise. "We aren't in a position to be turning down good money." Dad grabbed a towel and dried his hands, his gaze steady and unyielding. "We've lost a lot of cattle lately, and this way we can avoid another bank loan." Cassidy thought of Annabeth, and her face heated uncomfortably. Her dad was making a business decision, and Cassidy should have done the same. She knew the cattle had been sick, that the ranch desperately needed money, but it didn't make this any easier. "I hate this." "Give the boy a chance," Dad said. "Just because Seth left you high and dry doesn't mean the entire profession is of the same caliber." "I know it's hard and probably brings up memories you'd rather keep buried," Mama said, "but I expect you to keep a civil tongue while Jase is here. We need this." "He's in a movie with him." Cassidy spit out the words, her mouth bitter with the taste. "Annabeth Collins dropped by the bakery today and told me. He's been going on in interviews about how much Jase helped him and how the two of them are best friends." The kitchen fell silent. Her parents looked back and forth between each other, their eyes filled with anxiety. "Sweetie, we had no idea," Mama said. "He reminds me of him. Same arrogance, same smirk, same attitude." Cassidy thought of the way he had confidently proclaimed he was a method actor, so like Seth. She had no doubt that after a day on the ranch, Jase would prove as feebly committed to his craft too. "I'm sorry about that," Dad said. "So you'll send him home?" Cassidy held the knife over the cucumber, her chest filling with hope. "No, it doesn't change how things are now." Cassidy sagged against the counter, dropping the knife. For her, it changed everything. "Sean really likes him," Mama said quietly. "Said he was real gentleman-like on the cruise, very down to earth." Cassidy seriously doubted that. She didn't believe Sean would purposefully try to hurt her, but her brother also hadn't been around much the last few years. He had no idea the extent of damage Seth had done. 26 days. That's how far she was from what should have been her first wedding anniversary. She was supposed to be in California with Seth, cooking him dinner and struggling to keep the apartment clean with a rambunctious 6-month-old constantly creating messes. Her throat tightened and she curled her fingers toward her palms. Would it have been a boy or a girl? Would he or she have been crawling yet? She tried to remind herself that it was better this way. For the first time in her life, she was following her dreams. She never would have started the bakery if she had gotten married. The kitchen door swung open, and Jase's tall, muscular build filled the frame. Seth always had a knack for barging in on conversations as well. Jase shut the door and paused, looking around the room. "I'm sorry, am I interrupting something?" Cassidy glared at him, then returned her focus to the cucumber. Oh no, he wasn't interrupting much, just her life. "Of course not," Mama said, her voice falsely bright. "We're just having a chat. Dinner's nearly ready." "Can I do anything to help?" Jase asked. Mama made shooing motions with her hands. "Please take a seat and relax. You're our guest. We'll get everything on the table in a jiffy." Cassidy couldn't contain her snort of derision. A real rancher rarely got to sit and relax. Jase didn't want to learn about ranch life. He wanted to pretend to learn about it so he could continue telling magazines about his method acting and how dedicated he was to his craft. Just like Seth. Her mind flashed back to the time when he had taken her rock climbing for experience and ended up complaining the whole lesson. Or the welding class he had quit after 2 days because the shop was too hot and it made him sweat. Or a million other things he had done halfway in the name of improving his performance. She stifled a sigh. and she dropped out of culinary school, turned down an internship, and put off opening her bakery for him. Dad sat down next to Jase, and the two talked about ranching while Cassidy helped Mama finish preparing dinner. Soon they were all gathered around the square table. Cassidy tried to stay far away from Jase, but with only 4 of them, it wasn't really an option. Besides, they all had their usual spots at the table, and the only free space was right next to Cassidy. Dad reached out and grasped hers and Mama's hands. Cassidy's heart dropped to her stomach. Saying grace, how could she have forgotten? Jase looked startled, but quickly accepted Mama's outstretched hand. Mama gave Cassidy a stern glare, and Cassidy reluctantly slipped her hand into Jase's. It was unexpectedly warm, his palms and fingers smooth against her skin. No calluses. Cassidy tried to focus on that instead of how strong yet gentle his grip was. He'd probably never done a hard day's work in his life. Seth's hands had been like that. It should have been her first red flag. Cassidy struggled to focus as Dad said grace. Jase was still an arrogant, entitled actor, someone who associated with Seth no matter how nice his hand felt in hers. The second Dad said amen, Cassidy dropped Jase's hand like a hot potato. He raised his bowed head and blinked his startling amber-green eyes open. Cassidy almost lost herself in his gaze. Until she caught his smirk. She yanked the napkin off the table and into her lap, calling Jase every curse word she could think of in her head. It would be hard to ignore him if he kept goading her. "So, Jase," Mama said, handing him a bowl of potatoes, "tell us about yourself." "Not much to tell," Jase said. "What would you like to know?" "Oh, we don't want to pry, but it must be very exciting to live in Hollywood." Mama smiled encouragingly. "We went on a vacation to Southern California when Cassidy was still in pigtails and spent a few hours at the Walk of Fame." "It's a unique area." Jase handed Cassidy the salad and she took it, careful not to let her fingers brush his. "But I'm not home very often. I spend a lot of time on location when filming. We're setting most of the Western in Texas, so I'll be there for a few months. I'm not sure what role I'll take on after that. I'm keeping my options open." Cassidy remembered all too well the erratic schedule of an actor. Even though Seth had only done indie films while they were together, he'd still traveled to location, on his own dime. It had been a constant source of contention between them, especially once they found out about the baby. "I always thought it would be nice to travel," Mama said. "There's still time." Jase passed the bowl of potatoes. "I bet you'd love Australia." "It's hard to find someone to take care of the ranch for more than a few days at a time." Randy took a bite of roast, chewing slowly. "That's your first lesson in ranching. The ranch always comes first. Vacations are few and far between, and when they do happen, they're not very long." "Ranching sounds like a demanding profession," Jase said. Cassidy rolled her eyes, unable to keep quiet any longer. "Thank you, Captain Obvious." Mama's fork clattered against her plate and her eyes narrowed in a glare. "Cassidy." "No, she's right." An easy grin split Jase's face, making his dimples pop. "Focus on his bad qualities," Cassidy reminded herself, like how he was an arrogant actor. This whole thing was a game to him. He was playing her like she was a character with a script. "I'm fascinated by ranching," Jase continued. "Not just the ranch itself, but the family values ranchers have." "Family is very important," Randy said. "Both the family you're born into and the one you choose." If family was so important, then why had her parents put her in such an uncomfortable position? And why hadn't Sean and Tanner, her dear older brothers, at least warned her? Cassidy pushed back from the table, no longer hungry. "I'll be in my room. Somehow I've lost my appetite." As Cassidy stomped up the stairs, she heard her mama say, "You'll have to excuse Cassidy. She has some personal stuff going on, and this is hard for her." Cassidy quickened her pace, taking the stairs 2 at a time. Yes, this was hard for her. Not that anyone cared. They'd brought a wolf into the family and told Cassidy to treat him like a king. She flopped onto her bed and pulled out her cell phone. Seconds later, the phone was ringing. A click sounded on the other end, then her brother's deep voice said, "Hello?" "Sean," Cassidy ground out. "Anything you want to tell me?" The line went silent. She pictured Sean sitting on the gray microfiber living room couch his fiancée, Natalie, had picked out for him. His apartment was modest, but tastefully decorated and clean, thanks to Natalie. She imagined the 900-square-foot two-bedroom felt like a mansion after living on a cruise ship for a decade. He probably had the leg he had injured years before stretched out stiffly before him. If Natalie was there, she was probably in the kitchen cooking. Natalie and her future sister-in-law had instantly bonded over their love of everything culinary when they met for the first time a few months ago. "Sean?" Cassidy pressed. "I'm sorry." Sean sounded sincere, at least. "When Jase approached me, I knew how much Mom and Dad could use the money. They asked me not to say anything to you, and I agreed." "I can't believe you!" Cassidy placed a hand on her forehead, staring up at the yellowing popcorn ceiling. "Did you know he was in a movie with Seth?" "What?" The surprise in Sean's voice was genuine. "Cass, I had no idea. If I had known, I never would have agreed to keep quiet." "But you still would have suggested he come." "I know it's hard for you to believe, but he's a good guy. It's not Jase's fault that Seth was a jerk." She snorted. "The magazines say they're best friends." "That doesn't make it true." Tears burned at the back of her eyes, and she blinked quickly. Sean had been living on the ocean throughout the whole Seth mess, so he didn't know just how much she had been hurt. But her parents knew, and they'd still agreed to this. Mama said Tanner knew too. More silence. "I talked to him before calling Mom and Dad. I wanted his opinion on what I should do. Tanner was around when Seth left. I only showed up for the grand finale." By which he meant the disastrous wedding that wasn't. He hadn't been home in nearly a year, and Mama was more excited about his visit than she was about the wedding. Not that Cassidy could blame her. No one had been exactly thrilled about the shotgun ceremony. "I just wish you would have given me a heads up," Cassidy said. "At least then I wouldn't have been caught off guard." "I'm sorry," Sean said, "but trust me when I say I would never do anything to hurt you. Jase is there to do a job, and Mom and Dad need the money. That's all this is, okay?" They said their goodbyes, but Cassidy didn't feel any better than she had before the conversation. She spent the rest of the evening in her room, flipping through television channels and playing the guitar while trying to take her mind off the handsome actor relaxing in the bunkhouse. At 9 o'clock, she turned out the lights and tried to fall asleep, but the wind howled, battering against the windows. Cassidy tossed and turned as the wind faded into pounding rain. Around 11 o'clock, she knew the power went out, could tell when the hum of the air conditioner stopped. Slowly, the temperature rose to a muggy and uncomfortable level. She worried about the bakery, but even if the power was out there, the food should keep until morning. Cassidy tossed the blankets aside as the rain continued to roar outside. What was Seth like in Hollywood? He'd always acted different when she visited him on set than he did when they were alone. She should have been concerned, but instead had been vaguely annoyed by his attitude. It never occurred to her that fake Seth was the one she knew, and real Seth was the one she encountered on set. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, followed by thunder she felt clear down to her bones. The house groaned and creaked as the wind continued to abuse it. Cassidy shifted again, rolling onto her side and trying to find a comfortable position. If she fell asleep now, she'd get almost 5 hours of sleep before she had to wake up. That was the only thing she didn't like about owning a bakery, starting her days at 4 a.m. She finally managed a few restless hours of sleep before dragging herself out of bed. She took a cool shower in an attempt to wake herself up, then threw on some clothes and drove to the bakery. Once there, she unlocked the back door and stepped inside the kitchen, flipping the light switch. Nothing happened. She flipped the switch again, then again and again. The power was on at the house, so why was it still out here? "Not today," she moaned, striding to the freezer that held a week's worth of ingredients. But she already knew what she'd find. There was no buzz from the appliances. She pulled the door open. The light remained off, but the air inside was still cool. She slammed the door shut and wrenched open the fridge, only to discover the same thing. She shut the door, trying to decide what to do. Maybe the power was on, but the breakers had flipped during the storm. She headed back outside and around the building. Black scorch marks marred the siding, trailing in a line from the roof down to the breaker box. Cassidy bent down, her heart in her throat, and slowly opened the box. The inside was blackened, a few of the switches partially melted. Lightning had struck the building. Despair welled inside her and she shut the door, slumping against the wall. Repairing the damage to the building and breaker would thankfully be her landlord's responsibility, but had the lightning fried the circuits in the ancient fridge and freezer? How long would it take to repair everything? She had hundreds of dollars worth of ingredients defrosting in those two appliances. Between the poor insulation in the old appliances and the Oklahoma heat, it wouldn't take long for everything to spoil. For most businesses, losing ingredients would be inconvenient, but only 4 months in, with a tiny client base and slim profit margins, it would be devastating. Cassidy pushed herself off the wall and walked back inside. With a lot of grunting and groaning, she pulled the fridge and freezer far enough away from the wall to inspect the backside. There were a few blackened areas, but she couldn't tell if they were a result of the lightning and didn't remember if they had already been there. Hatred welled within her for Seth. This was all his fault. If not for him and the wedding bills he had stuck her with, she wouldn't have had to buy the crappy, unreliable used appliances, making the setback a much smaller problem. Seth, who was continuing to invade her life in the form of his best friend, Jase. She imagined discussing today's disaster over the dinner table tonight. Jase would lean back in his chair, a haughty smirk on his criminally attractive face, as he told her how ridiculous it was to even try to run a bakery in a town as small as Sunset Plains. That's what Seth had always told her when she brought up her dream. It was why she had dropped out of culinary school and turned down the internship. She regretted telling Annabeth no now more than ever. Slowly, Cassidy rose to her feet. She closed her eyes and took 3 deep breaths. She could do this. It was a setback, but it wasn't the end of the world. Maybe it wasn't as bad as she thought, and the fridge and freezer and the ingredients inside were salvageable. She pulled out her phone, ready to get to work. Chapter 4. 1 month, or he'd lose the part. Jase tossed and turned all night, unable to get comfortable in the too short and too narrow bunk. Rain pounded against the window panes as thunder shook the building clear down to the foundation. At some point, they lost power and the air became hot and muggy. His thoughts paraded in circles for hours as Jase stared at the ceiling that was only a few feet from his face and took a deep breath. Eventually, the storm died down and the air conditioner kicked on with a hum. Jase must have fallen asleep because feet shuffling against the wood floor brought him back to the present. The air was finally a manageable temperature again, and his blanket was a wad at the foot of his bed. Jake rubbed the sleep from his eyes as he heard the open and close of the bathroom door and the clicks of cowboys switching on their phones. Soft snores still filled the space, mixed in with the quiet stirs of morning. Jase illuminated his cell phone just enough to see the time. 4:49. Mason said most of the men woke up around 5. Jase shouldn't be surprised that his mother had weaseled her way onto the production team and was trying to take control of his career. After all, she had been doing that since he was a baby. Her entire life revolved around Hollywood, and by extension, so had his. Only recently had he stopped to consider whether it was what he really wanted. 1 month. His chest tightened. He'd been at Star Ranch for less than 24 hours, but already he didn't want to leave. His thoughts drifted to Cassidy and the way she had stormed off at dinner. Her tantrum went beyond someone who simply didn't like actors. Would he be able to figure out her story in only a month? The worst part of the whole situation was that his mother was right. It was irresponsible to delay production for 4 months of research. No one loved their job 100% of the time, and he certainly wasn't exempt from that. This film might just be the one to help him regain his spark. He would throw himself into research, and when the time came to return to Hollywood, he would do so without a backward glance. "Time to pony up, cowboy," he thought, and grinned wryly at how country the phrase sounded. He was here to research a role so he could hopefully do a performance worthy of an Oscar win and not just a nomination. Intriguing women like Cassidy weren't part of the plan. The men didn't say much as they got ready for the day. Jase took a quick shower in one of the empty stalls in the communal bathroom, then made his way to the dining room. Biscuits and gravy, hash browns, eggs, and bacon were spread out buffet style on the counter. Jase grabbed a plate and eagerly loaded up, his stomach growling loudly. He hadn't eaten much last night, despite Sarah's excellent cooking. Uncomfortable conversations had a way of killing even the most ravenous appetites. Cassidy's shoulders had radiated tension, and her brow had furrowed in agitation as the meal dragged on. He hoped he'd get another chance to sample Sarah's cooking. Maybe at some future date he'd even enjoy that meal with a Cassidy who was thrilled to sit beside him. Jase sat down at the silent dining room table, feeling like an intruder. A few of the cowboys flicked glances in his direction. Jase wondered if they were usually this quiet in the morning, or if his presence had changed the routine. Forks scraped against plates and chair legs dragged across the floor. Maybe Randy Erickson had told the cowboys not to bother Jase and they had taken an extreme interpretation of that. Or maybe they just weren't super chatty. Best to give everyone the benefit of the doubt and break the ice. He turned to the boy beside him and stuck out a hand. "I'm Jase." "Bratton." The kid took his hand and shook it firmly. He had a baby face with no signs of a beard and couldn't be more than 19. But his faded red flannel shirt and stained cowboy hat said this was someone who was not afraid of hard work. "You're that actor that's studying up for a movie, right?" "That's right. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?" The boy lifted a shoulder in a shrug and shoveled a forkful of eggs into his mouth. Jase took his own bite of food, barely holding back a groan at the explosion of flavors that hit his tongue. He swallowed, wiping at his mouth with a napkin. "So how long have you been working here?" Another shrug. "A few months, I guess. Trying to save up money so I can go to college in the fall." Interesting. Jase opened his mouth to ask another question, but a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. Jase looked up into the sun-worn face of Mason glaring down at him. "Are you ready for today?" Mason asked, the words a growl. His cowboy hat hung low on his forehead, and his eyes were narrowed to slits. Jase glanced at Brighton, who quickly turned back to his plate of food. Was Mason a harsh taskmaster, or was Brighton just not supposed to be talking to Jase? "More than ready," Jase said, keeping his voice light and friendly. "I can't wait to dive into ranch life. It's hard work that a city boy like you won't be used to, so I hope you can keep up. We've got a lot to get through today." Jase blinked, surprised at the accusatory tone. He'd thought he had been imagining Mason's dislike of him, but apparently not. "I promise I won't slow you down. I know how to get my hands dirty." Mason grunted. "That storm last night took out a huge section of fencing and lots of cattle got loose. Some of the men are already rustling them up. You and me will be repairing a section of the fence in the north field." Jase nodded, excitement thrumming through him like an electric hum. "I didn't realize a storm could do so much damage." "The weather is a rancher's worst enemy." The tone clearly suggested that Jase should already know this. "Every time we get a thunderstorm, and there are a lot of them in this part of Oklahoma, we end up spending a few days cleaning up the mess. We'll head out as soon as you finish eating." In other words, eat quick or get left behind. But no, he was reading too much into it. Mason was just stressed about the storm and eager to get to work, which suited Jase just fine. He quickly finished his bacon, told Brighton goodbye, and followed Mason outside. He hoped he'd get to do more than just observe today. He needed to be a rancher and immerse himself in this lifestyle. A storm was as good an excuse as any to jump in and help. He would make this his best performance yet. It wasn't in him to give anything less than 100%. Besides, while he wasn't sure what he wanted to do with his career, he wanted the decision to be his own, and maintaining his reputation as a professional was part of that. "We'll take the truck." Mason strode off across the grass toward the back of the bunkhouse. "We're not taking a horse?" Mason snorted. "It'd be mighty hard to carry everything on the back of one of the animals. We're not riding the range." "Oh, right." Jase felt stupid, but it quickly faded to anger at Mason. He was here to learn. If he already knew how ranch life worked, then he would have stayed in L.A. An old and battered Ford pickup, the blue paint chipped and fading into rust near the tailgate, was filled to overflowing with wire, wooden fence posts, and tools. "Hop in," Mason said. Jase nodded and opened the door with a loud creak, revealing a bench covered in a neutral brown fabric, frayed to the point of ripping. Dust filtered through the air, and the dashboard was dark from sun rot. A musty, humid smell filled the cab. Jase struggled for a moment with a hand crank, finally getting the window lowered. Mason revved the engine and headed down a dirt road away from the main house and outbuildings. "Nice truck," Jase said. It was worn but sturdy and hard-working, just like a cowboy. He liked the story this truck told. Mason grunted. "It's the ranch's. My truck is a lot nicer kept than this one." Jase leaned his arm out the window, relishing the feel of the warm summer breeze playing with his hair. "I think this truck holds a certain charm. How often do the fences need repairing?" "Depends." Jase gritted his teeth, trying to hold back his frustration. "On what?" Mason shrugged. "Weather, if the cows knock them down, lots of things." Maybe Mason was just a man of few words. That was a common trope in Westerns, and tropes were usually based in reality. Jase took a slow, deep breath, then said nothing. Mason drove for 15 minutes down a well-worn dirt path, just wide enough for one vehicle. Tall grass blew gently in the breeze, and fences lined both sides of the road. The land stretched out forever, trees visible in the distance. The flat expanse was so unfamiliar after the hills and beaches of L.A. Jase saw the damaged fence moments before Mason pulled to the side of the road and parked the truck. The sun just crested the trees, bathing the ranch in golden light. Jase didn't see any cows nearby, though. Maybe they were in another pasture. He got out of the truck, striding over to the damaged fence. It looked as though it had been trampled by the animals. Posts were at crazy angles, some of them knocked completely down, some of them snapped in two. A 6-foot section of barbed wire had been stomped into the soft mud. Jase reached out to examine the fence. "How do you keep the cattle from trampling the fence more often?" "It's electrified." Jase jerked his hand back, glaring at Mason. "Thanks for the warning." Mason chuckled, the first sign of amusement Jase had seen from the guy. "It's not electrified right now. Lightning struck the fence and flipped the breakers. That's how the steers got through. We'll turn the fence back on once we fixed it." Jase wasn't so sure Mason would have warned him if it had been turned on. "So what do we do?" Mason reached into the back of the truck and pulled out a shovel. "I'll set the posts in the holes, and you'll fill 'em back up with dirt. If it's busted, we'll replace the post." "Easy enough," Jase muttered. Too bad conversing with his teacher wasn't as simple. They worked for an hour in silence. Jase tried to begin a conversation, but Mason's one-word grunts were definitely feeling personal. Jase thought back to the way Mason's arms had lingered around Cassidy when they hugged and wondered if he viewed Jase as a threat. The sun slowly rose, heating the air until sweat beaded on Jase's forehead and soaked his collar. Mason did most of the work, only occasionally giving Jase instructions. They finished up the fence as the sun reached its zenith. Jase rested his shovel and looked at the stretch of newly repaired fence, a deep sense of satisfaction settling into his bones. He'd helped fix that fence, and while it would never win any awards, it was honest work that mattered. "Let's head back for lunch," Mason said. Then we'll head into town and pick up the antibiotics the vet called in for the sick cows." Jase nodded. He helped Mason load up the tools, then climbed into the truck for the short drive back to the bunkhouse. "What's a typical day like?" Jase asked, letting his arm hang out the open window and loving the breeze on his face. Mason shrugged. "Bored with our assignments as posted in the administrative building each evening. I work with the horses a lot, but I go out on the range too." "What do you do with the horses?" "Train them, ride them, make sure they're fed and cared for." All things Jase would love to learn about, but he doubted Mason would be a willing teacher. Jase ran a frustrated hand through his hair. "Did I do something to offend you, Mason?" Mason didn't refute Jase's claim. Instead, his scowl deepened. "I would think it was obvious why." "Enlighten me." Mason's jaw flexed as though he was trying to decide whether or not to be upfront. Then he said, "Seth Harrington." Jase didn't know what he'd expected to hear. That Mason didn't like actors, didn't like people with lots of money, didn't like Californians, that he worried Jase would make a play for Cassidy, maybe even that he found city folk annoying. But Jase hadn't expected to hear the name of the obnoxious actor he had worked with on the latest box office hit. "What does Seth have to do with anything?" Mason flicked a glance at Jase, but this time his eyes were curious. "Hold up a sec. You really don't know?" Frustration made Jase's shoulders tense, but he kept his voice even. "Obviously not. Why don't you tell me so we can clear the air and I can get back to researching?" Mason rubbed his chin, then pulled his hat down lower over his eyes. "If you don't tell me, I'll just ask around until I find out," Jase said. Mason grunted. "Fine. I suppose you'll find out sooner or later no matter what I do." Jase held his breath, relieved to finally be getting to the bottom of why everyone on this ranch seemed determined to shut him out. "Seth was Cassidy's fiancé. He left the night before the wedding. That's the last she heard from him." The air flew out of Jase in a whoosh. "Clearly Seth never told you about her." Mason's tone was dark and dangerous. "No," Jase said. "He never mentioned a fiancé." Mason pulled to a stop in the grassy pasture behind the bunkhouse and turned his full attention to Jase. "Cassidy, well, Seth was sort of pressured into proposing by Randy because of the circumstances. The whole town was telling Seth to do right by her. They'd been together for a while and Cassidy really loved him." Mason cleared his throat and looked away. "She didn't take his leaving well. Got real sick after he left. Caused quite a scandal around these parts for a while. She still blames him." Jase pieced together what Mason was saying between the lines. "There was a baby." Mason nodded. "And Seth just left." Mason nodded again. Jase ran a hand over his head and cursed. "And Cassidy knows about the movie Seth and I were in together? The magazine articles call you his best friend." Jase wasn't surprised to hear that Seth was spreading that particular rumor. Suddenly, Cassidy's cold shoulder made so much sense. Jase clenched his jaw and stared at Mason, wanting the man to see the sincerity in his eyes. "Seth is a lying cheat. He did nothing but try and use me for my connections while on set. I didn't like him much before today, and now I like him even less." "So you weren't ever friends?" "Not even close." Mason grunted, glancing at his hands, which still rested on the steering wheel. The two men sat in silence for a moment while Jase's mind churned with the new information. Seth hadn't mentioned Cassidy or Sunset Plains or a baby or fiancé or anything else. He had, however, showed up to work with a different girl every day and been photographed with a different woman every night. "I'm sorry I've been unkind," Mason said. "I was upset on behalf of Cassidy. We're good friends. I shouldn't have judged you without knowing the whole story." Jase held out a hand and the two men shook. "I appreciate the apology. I'm not here to upset anyone, just to learn about ranching." "Guess I better start teaching you then." Mason opened the truck door. "We should get inside before all the food's gone." Jase nodded and stepped out of the truck. He needed to talk to Cassidy and clear the air. He felt awful for goading her last night. Mason was much friendlier during lunch. He introduced Jase to a few of the other cowboys and answered questions with more than a grunt. With Mason's change in attitude, the other men became a lot friendlier too. Several of them had seen Jase's movies and enthusiastically asked about life as a movie star. The men began to disperse, reluctantly returning to work. Mason grabbed a disposable container from the kitchen and filled it up with leftovers. "Who's that for?" Jase asked. "Cassidy. Her cupcake shop is a few doors down from the pharmacy. I like to bring her lunch when I come into town. Some days she's so busy that she forgets to eat anything. Her cupcakes are tasty, but they ain't real food." Jase's heartbeat quickened. He hadn't expected to see the blonde beauty again so soon. But this was good. He could tell her he hadn't been sent to torment her. Maybe then Jase could forget about her and focus on preparing for his role. Jase watched with interest as they drove through downtown Sunset Plains. He'd arrived at Star Ranch by the highway and hadn't made it into town. Main Street was narrow, with businesses on each side, ranging from dilapidated to updated. Mason pulled the truck in front of one of the smaller storefronts. It was most definitely well kept, with a fresh coat of white paint on the trim and a gleaming front window. Jase glanced up at the pink and brown sign, grinning at the name. Cupcakes and Cowboys. Mason frowned as they got out of the truck. "That's strange." "What?" Jase asked. Mason pointed to the handmade sign on the front of the door. In curly writing that must have been Cassidy's, it said, "All merchandise 50% off, today only." It was a little odd to do a sale without any apparent advertising, but businesses had done stranger things. Maybe she felt in a sales mood today. "I don't think so. Cassidy has too thin of a profit margin for that." Mason pushed the door open, making the bell jingle. The shop had an eclectic collection of furniture. Colorfully painted chairs, a cream-colored Victorian couch, and a decorative hutch. Jase took it all in before letting his eyes zero in on the bakery case at the front. His eyes widened at the contents. Cassidy was bent down trying to jam a tray of cupcakes into the already overflowing case. Cupcakes, cakes, and cookies filled every square inch. Cassidy straightened, setting the tray of cupcakes, still 3/4 full, on the counter. Her blonde hair lay in a braid over one shoulder, and she wore a frilly apron with the company's logo emblazoned on the front. "Cassidy, what happened?" Mason asked. Her eyes glistened with tears, but she forced a tiny smile. "Lightning fried the fridge and freezer. Now I have to sell everything or throw it away." Chapter 5. Cassidy avoided looking at Jase. Why did he and Mason have to drop in today of all days? She hated that Jase was seeing her at her worst. She glanced at the tray of 24 cupcakes, none of which would fit in the overflowing display case. Not even the cowboys at Star Ranch could eat all of this. She hoped she could sell most of it before closing time. The morning had been a complete disaster. She'd called the power company and the landlord, but an electrician couldn't make it until noon. Once he finally arrived, she figured it would take at least a few hours to rewire everything and replace the fried breakers. Meanwhile, the Oklahoma summer invaded the bakery, making its way into the creases and crevices of the old appliances. Cassidy had her doubts that the fridge and freezer would turn back on, even after the breakers were fixed. Best case scenario, it'd be evening before everything was up and running again. She knew that newer appliances would keep the food cool that long, but her ancient units didn't stand a chance. So she had done the only thing she could think of, mixed a huge batch of frosting with the cream cheese from the fridge, and made a sign saying everything was half off. "I had no idea." Mason walked around the counter and pulled her to him in a hug. She let him hold her, relishing the comfort he provided. In the absence of Tanner and Sean, Mason was a much-needed surrogate older brother. But Mason held on a moment past what was comfortable. Cassidy reluctantly pulled away, not wanting to give him any ideas about the two of them. She knew he had feelings for her, but she had never been attracted to him in that way. She forced a brightness into her tone and ran her fingers underneath her eyes. "It'll be fine. I've posted on social media about the sale, and Pastor Mike already wants a few dozen cupcakes for the Bible study group. Hopefully I'll get everything sold today." Then at least she wouldn't lose money, even if she didn't make any either. She wouldn't think about the cost of replacing the appliances. "What can we do to help?" Jase asked. Cassidy bit her tongue, barely holding back a snarky retort. "You can go back to where you came from." Wasn't exactly a gracious way to thank someone for offering assistance. Besides, Sean had vouched for him. And despite his treachery, Cassidy still trusted her oldest brother. She faced Jase, no longer able to ignore him. His cowboy hat was too clean, the creamy white leather still unblemished by dirt or sweat. The designer jeans screamed Hollywood, and the scent of his cologne mixed with the baked goods in an enticing aroma. Everything about him said actor, except the words coming out of his mouth and the genuine concern in his eyes. "Nothing." It took a supreme effort to keep her tone polite. "I know you have to get back to the ranch."
"You know I'd stay if I could, but we're picking up a prescription for the cows and they need it as soon as possible."
Mason's voice was heavy with regret as he set a container of food on the counter.
"I just wanted to bring you lunch since we were coming this way."
Cassidy took the food, her heart swelling with affection. A creamy pasta casserole, just the sort of comfort food she needed today. "That's really sweet of you." Mason shifted from foot to foot.
"Are you sure there's nothing we can do before leaving?"
Cassidy opened her mouth to reassure him she was fine. She'd make do, just like always, but Jase spoke before she could.
"I can stay."
Cassidy's eyes flew up to his. "No, you're shadowing Mason." He folded his arms, the muscles in his biceps bulging.
"You need help, and I can give it. I bet you can answer my questions about ranching as well as Mason. I've mostly been observing today anyway."
Mason looked back and forth between Cassidy and Jase, his brow creased.
"I'm not sure that's a good idea. I wouldn't be able to pick you back up."
Jase's eyes never left hers.
"Cassidy's got to go home at some point, right? I'll drive back with her."
"He's a good guy," Sean had said. Well, his actions today certainly seemed to back up that claim. But Jase couldn't stay. Confusing feelings about the sexy ranch guest was the last thing she needed right now. "I might not get home until late. It depends on what the electrician says."
"That's okay," Jase said easily. "Today I'm at your disposal."
Mason's scowl deepened.
"I was going to show you how to administer medicine to the cows. You're here to learn about ranching, right?"
"Cassidy needs my help, and I'm going to give it." A bitter taste filled Cassidy's mouth at the fact that this actor was offering to help. Had Seth told him to give her a hard time? Just because Sean hadn't known the two actors were friends didn't mean it wasn't true. Jase had been nominated for an Oscar after all, even if he hadn't won. His shock yesterday when she brought up her ex could have been feigned. She couldn't trust him. Mason gave Cassidy a want-me-to-make-him-leave glance.
"I can send your mom into town when I get back. Let her know you need help."
"I'm staying." Jase placed his hands on his hips, mimicking Mason's stance.
"It's my choice what I do while at the ranch, and today I'm choosing to help Cassidy."
If she kept protesting, she'd come off as a jerk. Jase hadn't done anything to earn her ire. Not really. She should give him the benefit of a doubt. Sean had promised that Jase was a good guy. "Okay then. Thank you." She tried to sound grateful, but the words came out more grudging than anything else. Mason nodded slowly, his jaw set, eyes unreadable.
"I'll get going then."
He tipped his hat and left, leaving an oppressive silence in his wake. Now what? Cassidy shifted from foot to foot, glancing at the cupcakes to avoid looking at Jase. "You didn't have to stay and help."
"I know, but I wanted to."
He shoved his hands in his pockets.
"I didn't know about Seth. I'm sorry if my presence has brought up bad memories."
The air flew from her lungs like she had been thrown from a horse. What?
Seth, I didn't know he was your ex-fiancé.
Did Sean call you?
Jase's brow crinkled. No, Mason let it slip. He thought I knew.
Oh. She reached up, playing with the end of her braid. Yeah, you seemed confused when I mentioned him yesterday.
He lied in those interviews. I can't stand Seth. He's a self-serving parasite.
The corner of her mouth twitched with reluctant respect for Jase. Really? He moved forward, and the spark between them ignited.
Absolutely. I hope I never have to work with him again.
His cheeks dimpled in a genuine smile, and she had the ridiculous urge to smile back. She wanted to believe him, but actors were experts in lying. I should have guessed as much. I know better than to rely on anything Seth claims.
I'm not like him, and I don't want to fight with you while I'm here. Can we start over?
She twisted her hair around one finger. That morning she had been determined to ignore Jase, but here he was, offering an olive branch that she very much wanted to take. I can be cordial to him, Cassidy thought. No reason he should be punished for Seth's bad behavior. Starting over sounds nice, Cassidy said. Thank you, and thanks for helping me today.
Of course.
He took off his cowboy hat and set it on a table, his gaze traveling around the shop.
You've got a great business here. Did you do this all yourself?
Pride flowed through her and she nodded. Most of it.
How long ago did you open?
His easy questions surprised her as much as her easy answers. 4 months. Valentine's Day weekend was the grand opening.
Wow, that's recent.
I didn't put my plans into action until after. She didn't need to define what after meant. She could see in his eyes that he understood.
He was an idiot,
Jase whispered, stepping closer. She tipped her head back to see his face.
I would never have given all this up for LA.
She did take a step back then, busying herself with cramming a few more red velvet cupcakes into the display case. Cordial was one thing. Allowing herself to develop a crush was another. You don't enjoy life in California?
I've never really had anything to compare it to, but Oklahoma seems like a nice change of pace.
Cassidy snorted. She couldn't help herself. You would pick life as a rancher over being a movie star?
I don't know. My mother is a Hollywood icon, has been since before I was born. I fell into this life. Now I'm not sure if it's the one I want to keep.
Cassidy cleared her throat and wiped her hands on her apron. Well, thank you for helping me today anyway. I need to clean out the fridge and freezer in the back. Can you keep an eye on things up here and come get me if a customer shows up?
Sure thing. I'll watch this store like nobody's watched it before.
He winked.
I'm good for more than taking off my shirt on a big screen.
Cassidy's stomach trembled, and she quickly disappeared into the back. Jase was proving to be nothing like she expected. Chapter 6. What was he doing? Jase shook his head at his own stupidity. Had he seriously given up a day of learning about ranch life in favor of babysitting a cupcake shop? He must be losing his mind. But Cassidy needed him, and he couldn't look into those worried gray eyes, see the stress lines creasing her forehead, and not help. Jase kept an eye on the front of the store while Cassidy took care of things in the back and dealt with the electrician. Jase tried to make himself useful, but the shop was spotlessly clean and tidy. Eventually, he gave up trying to look busy and sank into one of the armchairs at the front of the store. He spent 30 minutes on his phone researching ranching terms, then found himself on a property website looking at acreage for sale around Sunset Plains. What was he doing? He clicked on a 5-acre plot of land not far from Star Ranch. Yes, Oklahoma was a lot more peaceful and idyllic than he'd expected it to be, but just because it felt nice to escape California for a while didn't mean he was ready to give it all up. He flipped through the listing photos. A tiny, run-down and dilapidated house sat on the west side of the property. The pictures couldn't hide how chipped and faded the blue 1950s cabinets looked. Garish pink tile in the bathroom made him cringe, and the flooring consisted mainly of plywood, like someone had ripped out the carpet and never bothered to replace it. But Jase could tear that house down and build a new one to suit his needs and preferences, no problem. All it would take was money and time. He flipped to the next picture, which showcased a small stream meandering through tall grasses. He closed his eyes and imagined lying on a blanket, the warm summer sun caressing his skin as a horse drank his fill from the water. A woman snuggled close against his side, laughing at something he said. Blonde hair tumbled from the braids slung over one shoulder and tickled his face. His eyes flew open. What was wrong with him? He barely knew Cassidy. The bell on the front door jingled. Jase quickly shoved his phone back in his pocket and rose. A middle-aged woman, her gray-streaked hair pulled back in a severe bun, let the door swing shut behind her. She paused when she saw Jase, her eyes lighting with recognition. "Oh my gosh!" She let out a girlish giggle and rushed forward, holding out her hand. "Are you Jase Larson? I have seen every single movie you've ever been in. I just love you." The woman's appearance was like biting into a cupcake and tasting mashed potatoes. Neither were unpleasant tastes, but you didn't expect them to go together. Jase cleared his throat, trying to slip into his movie star persona. He should have anticipated that customers might recognize him, but he had been caught off guard. "Thank you so much for the support. I'm so glad you've enjoyed my films." She giggled, her hands fluttering as she patted her hair. "What on earth are you doing in Sunset Plains, Oklahoma?" He couldn't lie, so he decided to tell her the truth and hope she kept his confidence. He leaned forward and looked around quickly, then flashed her a winning smile. "I'm out at the Erickson ranch researching a role for a bit, but I'd appreciate it if you kept that quiet." Her cheeks glowed pink as she positively preened. "Don't worry, I know how to keep a secret." She winked, then fumbled in her purse for a piece of paper. "Can I have your autograph?" Of course. Jase took the grocery receipt she had pulled from her purse and signed it. "Now, what can I help you with today?" Cassidy's cowboy boots alerted Jase to her presence, making a soft click against the laminate flooring with each step. "Mrs. Collins, I thought I heard your voice." Mrs. Collins clutched the signed receipt in her hand. "I heard about the sale and rushed right over. What happened, dear?" Cassidy explained about the power outage, but Jase paid more attention to the way she lit up when talking about the bakery than the words coming out of her mouth. She spoke with her arms, gesturing wildly as she relayed the morning's events. Her eyebrows bounced up and down as her eyes widened with the tale, and her braids swung against her back with the movement. The stress of the unexpected power outage was evident in the line of her brow, but the way she easily spoke to Mrs. Collins and the sparkle in her eyes said she was completely content here at Cupcakes and Cowboys. She loved her bakery, was passionate about it the way he used to be passionate about acting. "I hope Annabeth isn't too upset with me," Cassidy said, the tension in her voice bringing Jase back down to earth. "I wish I could have helped her out with the wedding cake." Mrs. Collins patted Cassidy's hand, her lips curved upward in an understanding smile. "Annabeth will get over it. I know it's hard for you." Cassidy blinked, and Jase caught the sparkle of tears. She walked behind the counter and pulled out a bakery box. "Let me get you your cupcakes and cookies." Mrs. Collins glanced at Jase, a sly smile turning up her thinly painted lips. "The real question is how you got Jase Larson to work for you. I didn't realize you were hiring celebrities." "I'm just here for the day," Jase said with a shrug. "Cassidy needed help, so I'm providing it." Why were fans always so shocked when a celebrity acted like a human being? Cassidy's soft southern drawl washed over him like a warm shower. "Jase is staying at the ranch for a few months to prepare for an upcoming movie. He was nice enough to help me out today." 1 month, Jase corrected her. Cassidy raised an eyebrow. "The production timeline has been moved up. I'm only staying for a month." Oh. Did he detect a note of disappointment in her voice? "A whole month. Maybe I'll see you again, Jase Larson. Annabeth would love to meet you, I'm sure.
Mrs. Collins took her credit card back from Cassidy and grabbed the pastry box.
Have a good day, you two.
As soon as the door shut, Cassidy turned to Jase.
I thought you were staying at the ranch for 4 months.
Me too, but my mother, the producer, called last night and everything has changed.
Oh.
He heard the unspoken question in her voice, but suspected she was too polite to ask, or maybe he was inventing interest where there was none. She doesn't approve of method acting and thinks I'm wasting my time shoveling manure. He made air quotes with his fingers and rolled his eyes. We start shooting in 4 weeks. Cassidy frowned, a crease forming in her brow.
Now I feel even worse about taking you away for a day.
He wanted to pull her into his arms and assure her he didn't mind. Don't be. I wanted to help.
Well, thank you.
Jase was starting to recognize Cassidy's tells, and playing with her braid when she was uncomfortable was one of them. Time to change the subject. So, who's Annabeth?
A girl I went to high school with. She asked me to make her wedding cake, but I turned her down.
Jase looked around at the empty bakery. Business didn't exactly appear to be booming, and only 4 months in, surely Cassidy still experienced cash flow issues. Why?
I don't do wedding cakes.
And with that, she disappeared into the back of the bakery. Jase cursed under his breath. Did Seth have any idea how much damage he had done? Mrs. Collins apparently couldn't keep a secret because word got out that Jase was in town. The shop filled with anxious townfolk eager for a look at a movie star. For once, Jase didn't mind the unexpected attention. People might have come to look at him, but they stayed to buy items from the overflowing display case. Jase signed autographs and posed for pictures, but mostly he watched Cassidy. She knew everyone, and everyone knew and loved her. Her face glowed with pride as she rung up each customer, handing over pastry boxes of cupcakes and cookies. He was happy to have contributed to that happy glow. Around 2 o'clock, an electrician pushed his way into the crowded store.
Will you be okay by yourself for a while?
Cassidy asked, raising her voice. Jase swallowed, staring at the crowded store. Cassidy had given him a crash course in using the cash register on her tablet and on filling orders, but he still wasn't sure he felt comfortable on his own. That was stupid, though. He could fill boxes with dessert and run credit cards while still smiling for photos and signing autographs. I'll be fine. Cassidy nodded and disappeared into the back. For the next hour, she made only brief appearances. Jase wanted to ask how things were going with the electrician, but there simply wasn't time. The shop grew more crowded and the temperature level rose as sunlight poured through the large picture window at the front of the store. At least poor lighting wasn't an issue. A low hum filled the room and cool air wafted up from the vents. A cheer filled the shops as the overhead lights flickered on. Jase grinned and handed a customer a box of cupcakes. The power was back on. But Cassidy didn't reappear. It was another hour before she led the repairman to the front, thanking him for his time. Instead of relief, her face was lined with worry. Everything okay? Jase muttered as he ran another credit card. Cassidy's slumped shoulders were answer enough. She smiled at the customer, then spoke in a low voice.
The lightning fried both the fridge and freezer. He said it'd cost me more to repair them than they're worth.
Her lips pursed into a tight line.
I need to call the insurance company and see if new appliances are covered. Are you fine by yourself for a little while longer?
Sure, Jase said. The crowd thinned out and the display cases began to empty. When Cassidy came back to the front counter an hour later, the shop was nearly empty. Jase had just finished ringing up an elderly man, and a mother sat with her daughter at one of the tables, but otherwise there was finally a lull in business. How did it go with the insurance company? Jase asked. Cassidy grinned.
They'll cover it if I take pictures and send the electrician's report to them. I still have to pay the deductible and any difference in cost since I bought those used and they aren't worth a ton, but it's not as bad as I thought it would be.
Jase wanted to hug her, but instead he stuck his hands in his pockets. That's great news. Cassidy nodded, the relief coming off her in waves. How did it go up here? He motioned to the display cases, which were nearly 2/3 empty. I think we can safely say it's been a successful few hours. Her eyes widened and she let out a low whistle. Wow, maybe you aren't so bad to have around after all. It felt like a victory. At 6 o'clock, Cassidy locked the door and flipped the sign to closed. Phew, she said, sinking into a chair. That's been the busiest day since opening week, I think. She nudged his foot with hers. I suppose I can thank you for that. Mrs. Collins must have spread the word. She owns the pharmacy a few doors down. I'm glad I could help. He just hoped photos of him at a cupcake shop in Oklahoma didn't go viral and alert everyone to his current location. Want something? Cassidy motioned to the nearly empty display case. It's the least I can do to repay you for your help. He had been dying to try a cupcake all day. If she'd inherited her mother's talent in the kitchen, her desserts promised to be divine. Sure. Cassidy pulled a red velvet out of the display case and handed it to him. The red velvet is always the last left. I think I need to go back to the drawing board on the recipe. The cupcake held a perfect spiral of cream cheese frosting with dark chocolate shavings as a garnish. Jase peeled back the wrapping and took a giant bite, groaning in delight. The cake was moist and dense, a perfect blend of cream cheese and red velvet. This is amazing. Cassidy smiled, taking a cupcake for herself. I'm glad you like it. Seriously, no need to rework this recipe. It's perfect. Her cheeks glowed pink and she ducked her head. Well, I've always liked it. Maybe people just aren't as big red velvet fans around these parts. You've got a good business going here. I can't believe you do this yourself every day. Do you have any employees? Cassidy licked a bit of frosting off her lip, mesmerizing Jase with the action. Just one. She comes in a few afternoons a week, but she had today off. Jase couldn't help admiring Cassidy for going after her dream. She knew what she wanted and wasn't afraid to work for it. Jase wasn't sure he had the same courage. The 5-acre plot popped into his head again, and he quickly brushed it aside. Burnout was normal. It didn't mean he should give up acting for a quiet life in Oklahoma. Cassidy finished her cupcake and wiped her mouth with a napkin. Ready to go shopping? I've got to order new appliances and stop at the store or I'll have nothing to sell tomorrow. Ready, Jase said. Then let's go. Cassidy shut off the lights, then locked the door behind them. Jase climbed into Cassidy's truck and it roared to life. We'll have to go into Tulsa, Cassidy said as she headed out of town. It's about an hour drive. Sorry about that. No problem, Jase said, leaning his head back against the headrest. I'm not in any hurry. And for the first time in his life, he felt at home. Chapter 7. Cassidy pulled onto the highway just outside of town, her headlights cutting through the falling darkness as she headed toward Tulsa. Tension crackled through the cab of her truck, and she fought the urge to glance over at Jase. She wondered if he'd be staring at her or at the passing trees. What made you decide to open a cupcake shop? Jase asked. Cassidy blinked, the question throwing her for a loop. She ran a hand through her hair, keeping the other loosely on the wheel. I've just always loved baking, I guess. When I was 6 years old, I begged my parents for an easy bake oven for Christmas. I had no idea what an expensive gift it was at the time, but somehow my parents scraped together the money and got it for me. And that was it. I was hooked. Just like that? Cassidy smiled as memories drifted over her. Just like that. I spent all of Christmas Day baking cakes and brownies. Even talked Sean and Tanner into having a tea party with me. Jase laughed. It's hard to imagine Sean holding a teacup. Oh, he was a very good guest. Cassidy did glance over at Jase then. One arm relaxed on the windowsill as he gazed at her. She quickly turned her attention back to the road, a quiver beginning low in her stomach. Sean and Tanner were excellent big brothers. I could always talk them into tea parties with the promise of sweets, as long as I promised not to tell any of their friends. You miss them, Jase said quietly. Yeah, I do. She thought of her two big brothers who had taken her riding and taught her how to fish and let her tag along to football games at the high school. We're all hoping that Sean and Natalie decide to come back to Sunset Plains.
And Tanner?
Hopefully he's done running away from the pain soon. Shadows filled the cab and she could hear the hum of the blacktop beneath the tires. She was acutely aware of every shift of Jase's arm, every twitch of his leg. She mentally berated her own stupidity. Yeah, he was attractive, and maybe he was even nice. She certainly couldn't fault his help at the bakery today, and she knew for a fact his presence was a big reason she had been able to move so much product today. But he was an actor, and he'd be gone in 4 short weeks.
What happened to make Tanner run? I mean, if it's okay to ask, I don't want to pry or anything.
His girlfriend broke his heart. Cassidy had still been in high school at the time and had been heartbroken on Tanner's behalf. Lauren's parents died a few weeks before graduation, and she just, I don't know, snapped or something. She left a note for Tanner and then kind of disappeared. She said she had to get away. I think Tanner really thought the two of them would get married in a few years. He left for college and hasn't been back since.
Not at all?
Just once. Cassidy clenched the steering wheel. Tanner had come home for her wedding. Jase didn't pry further, seeming to understand what she meant.
So you've always liked to bake, and now you own a cupcake shop. That's very impressive, especially at such a young age.
Hey now. She swatted at his shoulder with her hand. I'm only a couple of years younger than you, probably, and look at the career you've had.
It's all because of my mother. There was an edge to Jase's voice that Cassidy wasn't sure how to interpret. You've done it all on your own.
Not true. My family has supported me every step of the way.
I'm glad.
Jase cleared his throat.
So, give me the rundown of life as a rancher's daughter. We didn't get much of an opportunity to speak today.
For the rest of the drive, Cassidy answered Jase's questions about ranching. She was taken aback by his genuine enthusiasm and found she loved sharing stories about Star Ranch. It was nearly dark by the time they pulled up to the big furniture store in Tulsa. Cassidy locked the truck, then she and Jase made their way across the parking lot and into the store.
What exactly are you looking for?
Jase asked as they strolled purposefully toward the appliance section. Something reliable, Cassidy said. She thought of her pathetically small bank account. Hopefully the insurance company would accept the electrician's report without complaint. She really needed that check to help bridge some of the financial gap. But the most important thing is the price. I can't afford anything too fancy. But she also wasn't willing to buy used a second time and risk another failure like this one.
I only peeked in the back for a minute, but it looked like you had a full-sized fridge and freezer.
Right. I don't need anything too fancy. It just needs to keep the food cold and be big enough to fit a week's worth of ingredients at a time.
Should be simple enough then.
They walked underneath the sign advertising appliances. Cassidy stared around at the collection of fridges and freezers, already feeling overwhelmed. Her dad had gone with her to buy everything for the shop when she started out. She hadn't realized how heavily she had relied on his judgment. A middle-aged man with receding dark brown hair, fleshy jowls, and a bolo tie hurried over to them.
"Good to have you in this evening,"
he said, his southern drawl pronounced even to Cassidy's accustomed ears.
"What can I help you folks with this evening?"
I'm looking for a fridge and freezer for my cupcake shop, Cassidy said.
"Well, we've got a mighty fine selection of those,"
the man said. He held out a hand.
"Name's Bill. Want me to show you some of the models we've got on the floor?"
That would be great, Cassidy said, shaking his hand. He extended his hand toward Jase's, who took it in a firm grip. Bill's eyes widened.
"You're Jase Larson."
Jase flashed a brilliant grin.
Yes, I am.
Cassidy stared at him, surprised at how upfront he was being with his identity. Weren't actors supposed to try and maintain their privacy when out in public? Then again, Seth was always throwing his career around when the two of them were out together. Bill pumped Jase's hand up and down enthusiastically.
"Such an honor to meet you, sir. Huge fan of your work. My daughter's got a big movie poster in her bedroom of that singles cruise one coming out in a few months. She's never going to believe I ran into you here of all places."
It's always nice to meet fans. Jase motioned toward the fridges and freezers. Now, weren't you going to show us some appliances?
"Oh, yes, right this way, please."
Cassidy rolled her eyes but followed the two men over to the selection of industrial-grade fridges and freezers.
"This right here is a beautiful machine,"
Bill said.
48 cubic feet, glass doors so you can easily see what's inside. It's energy efficient, which your electric bill will thank you for."
For the next hour, Cassidy debated the pros and cons of the various machines before settling on the fridge and freezer she wanted. But she had a feeling they were going to be a bit above her price range. "I need something that can be delivered tomorrow morning," Cassidy said. She motioned to the units in question. "Is that possible with these two?"
"Absolutely," Bill said. "You'll be back in business by noon tomorrow."
Good, because Cassidy really couldn't afford to lose a day of sales. "Let's talk price," she said. "What can you do for me?"
"Since you're buying the pair and in such a bind, I'll give you a rock-bottom price."
He pulled a notepad from his breast pocket and wrote down a number and showed it to Cassidy. Her heart sank. That was definitely outside of her budget, even with the help from the insurance company. "That's a little outside of my budget," she hedged. She motioned to the appliances that were a step down. "What about these ones?" "Can I see that for a second?" Jase broke in. He reached out, plucking the notepad from Bill's hands without waiting for a response. A deep frown marred his gorgeous face, and he slowly shook his head. "Bill, I thought we were friends. This number is highway robbery." Bill's jowls flushed red, and he adjusted his bolo tie.
"I can assure you I know you can do better for my friend here,"
Jase said. He put an arm around Cassidy's shoulders, making her heart skip a beat. "She's had an absolutely awful day. Came into the store this morning to find the power off, then the electrician gave her the bad news about her fridge and freezer. She had to bake like a madwoman all day and sell everything at a discount just to keep the ingredients from going bad."
"Just awful," Bill broke in quickly. "Simply terrible things to have happen."
Jase dropped his arm, and Cassidy felt herself sway ever so slightly. She shook her head, trying to clear it. What was it about Jase that made her lose control?
"I know, and I know that you know that the last thing she needs is someone trying to take advantage of her bad day." "Well,"
Bill smoothed down the edges of his mustache.
"maybe I can do a little better."
Jase patted the man on the back.
"You're a good man, Bill. I knew you could help us out. Let's just head on over to the computer and let me see what I can do."
Cassidy glanced at Jase as Bill hurried toward a computer standing in one corner. Jase gave her a wink, then pressed a finger to his lips. Her mouth popped open. Was he using his celebrity status to get her a better deal? At the computer, Bill clicked away on the keyboard.
"Just give me a minute."
Jase gave an easy shrug. "We're more than happy to wait." Bill nodded, typing away. "Hey, didn't you say your daughter's a fan of Love on the Seas?" Jase said. Bill's head snapped up.
"That new movie? Yeah, she can't wait."
"I'd love to send her a signed poster in the mail," Jase said. "I could send it here to the store if you aren't comfortable giving out your personal address. It's always nice to hear that someone appreciates my work." Bill's mouth dropped open.
That would be fantastic,"
he stuttered. "I'll do that as soon as I get home," he said. He motioned to Bill's breast pocket where the edge of a phone stuck up. "Why don't we take a picture together? She'll never believe you otherwise." Bill fumbled for the phone.
"Thank you so much."
Cassidy took the phone, holding it up as Jase put his arm around Bill and gave the camera a big smile. "Say cheese," she said. "Cheese," Jase said, his eyes sparkling. Cassidy snapped a few pictures, then handed the phone back to Bill.
"Thank you so much,"
Bill said. "No problem. You should get the poster by the end of the week at the latest. Now about the fridge and freezer."
"Oh, right, of course."
Bill tapped away, then turned the computer screen toward Cassidy.
That's the best I can do. Any lower and we're losing money on the sale. My manager's already going to have a fit when he sees this price."
Cassidy struggled to maintain her composure while inwardly she did a happy dance. With the money from the insurance company, the brand new units would only cost her a few $100s. Incredible. "Sounds great," she said, making sure to keep her tone nonchalant. "And they'll be delivered tomorrow?"
"Absolutely,"
Bill said. 30 minutes later, Jase and Cassidy climbed back into the cab of her truck, but she didn't turn on the car, instead turning to face Jase. "That was incredible," she said. Jase lifted his shoulder in a shrug.
"I don't like using my celebrity to get perks, but today felt like extenuating circumstances."
"I can't thank you enough." She blinked quickly, telling herself sternly to not blubber all over him like an idiotic female. "Seriously, Jase, thank you so much for today. I couldn't have done it without you." A slow grin turned up the corners of Jase's mouth as he sank back against the chair.
"Wow, it nearly killed you to say that, didn't it?"
She scowled and jabbed her key into the ignition. "Don't press your luck." Jase's loud laugh was drowned out by the roar of the engine. Cassidy fought back her own smile as she pointed the truck toward home. Chapter 8. Cassidy dreamed of Jase all night long. Not the Jase Larson from the promotional posters with a Hollywood smile and perfectly styled hair, but the Jase Larson who'd rolled up his sleeves and spent 8 long hours on his feet boxing up cupcakes and running credit cards. The Jase who hadn't complained about the 2-hour round-trip drive to Tulsa and back after an already long day. The Jase who offered an easy smile and knocked down the price of her fridge and freezer with the promise of a signed poster. Something had changed between them yesterday. She'd felt it in the way his barbs had turned teasing instead of taunting, in the easy conversations they had had on the road, and the electricity that sparked between them. Maybe Sean was right. Jase certainly seemed like a good guy. But he was also an actor, one who had been nominated for an Oscar and knew how to put on a good show. Could she trust that she was seeing the real Jase, or was it all an act? Not that it really mattered to her either way. At the end of the day, Jase was just a guest at Star Ranch. She'd be cordial to him while he stayed at the ranch, then forget all about him when he hopped in a fancy car and headed back to California. Morning came way too early after such a late night. The new fridge and freezer were delivered even earlier than she had hoped. Cassidy almost cried with joy when they hummed to life. After a trip to the grocery store to replenish her stock, she spent the entire day furiously baking. But all the mixing in the world couldn't keep her thoughts from wandering to Jase. He was such a good conversationalist. She hadn't expected that from him when they'd first met. He was funny, but thoughtful too. The actors she had known in the past had spent way too much time talking about themselves. But Jase had asked her questions about her own life and only talked about himself briefly. The afternoon was busier than usual. Cassidy had a feeling that most of the customers were hoping for a glimpse of Jase, but as she bundled up their packages of baked goods, she knew they'd be back once they tasted her treats. Every time the front door jingled, her heart jumped in anticipation of seeing Jase stride into the room with those long legs and his ever-ready smile. But she didn't see or hear from Jase all day. Not that she expected him to show up. He was here to learn about the ranch, not flirt with a rancher's daughter. Besides, Cassidy didn't need to lose her heart to another actor. When Cassidy finally pulled up to the ranch, it was after 8 o'clock. Every muscle in her body ached from exhaustion, but the brilliant oranges and pinks of a sunset made her long to stay awake just a while longer. Instead of heading inside the house, she headed toward the pasture, longing for the quiet and calm only Cupcake could provide. The horse heard her coming and lumbered over to the fence. Cassidy patted her nose, relishing the feel of the soft hair beneath her hands. Cupcake nickered, the sound growing louder when Cassidy pulled a few sugar cubes from her pocket. The horse eagerly lapped them up, her lips tickling Cassidy's palm. "Hey, girl," Cassidy said. She patted the horse on the nose again. I've missed you. We don't get to spend nearly as much time together these days, do we? Cupcake had kept her going in the months after Seth left. She had been the one being in Cassidy's life who gave her unconditional love and didn't ask questions. Cupcake whinnied, nudging Cassidy's shoulder with her nose. Cassidy laughed, patting the horse's neck. Cupcake nudged her shoulder again. How did the baking go today? A deep voice asked. Cassidy whirled, chest heaving from the sudden noise. Cupcake let out a snort of concern. Jase emerged from the shadows of the barn, his long legs easily covering the distance between them. Cassidy put her hands on her hips. You scared me. Sorry, I saw you pull up to the house and wanted to make sure the appliances were delivered. Cassidy patted Cupcake's nose, calming the horse. They were hooked up and running by 11 this morning. I spent the rest of the day refilling the display cases. Thanks again for your help yesterday. Jase leaned on the fence next to her. No problem. Did you get the signed poster sent to Bill's daughter? I called my agent and he's taking care of it. He keeps a stack of them in his office for things like this. Cassidy snorted and Cupcake pranced back a few steps. You often need to bribe appliance salesmen into giving you discounts? He nudged her shoulder with his own, sending fire through her entire body. You know what I mean. Cassidy rubbed her arm where he had touched her, her thoughts scattering at his touch. What was wrong with her? She needed to pull herself together. So what did you do today? Jase held out a hand, waiting for Cupcake to join him, and gently patted her nose. He looked completely at home with the horse, his stance unworried and hand relaxed. Cupcake nickered, leaning into the touch. More fence repairs. Mason said tomorrow we'll ride the range. My dad used to take us with him when we were little. He'd only take one of us at a time, at least when we were young, and Mama was always a nervous wreck until we returned. But we loved it. There's nothing like the wide-open skies and hollers of the cowboys. Jase adjusted his hat, tipping it back on his forehead. I'm a little nervous. I've never ridden a horse before. Cassidy's hand slid on the railing and she caught herself before slamming into it. You're kidding, right? Jase shoved his hands in his pockets, and though the increasing darkness shadowed his face, she saw a hint of a blush creep up it. I never had a reason to ride. It's not like there are a lot of horses in L.A., and I haven't needed to for a role until now. But you seem so comfortable around Cupcake. He smirked, giving the horse another pat. It's called acting. Besides, I can tell she's a good animal. Nice and calm. Didn't you ever ride a pony at a fair or something? Jase shook his head. Nope, not even once. Unbelievable, Cassidy muttered. He'd never ridden, and tomorrow he'd spend a full day on the range. She headed toward the barn. Come on, I can't believe Mason is going to let you go out on the range without at least the basics. I'll teach you. Jase jogged to catch up to her, his longer legs quickly closing the distance. Really? She heard the eagerness in his voice as he followed her inside the barn. The sweet scent of hay combined with the subtle odor of horseflesh instantly swirled around Cassidy. Two of the stalls already held horses, their eyes closed as they slept. She whistled for Cupcake and unlocked the gate, pushing it open. I don't want you embarrassing cowboys everywhere in that movie of yours, so you'll have to learn how to saddle a horse. Jase rubbed his hands together eagerly. Excellent. I mean, I'm sure Mason would have taught me a thing or two tomorrow, but he isn't nearly as pretty as you are. Cassidy rolled her eyes and grabbed a brush from the tack room. The gentle clomp of hooves neared as Cupcake entered the barn, coming to a halt beside Cassidy. She handed Jase the brush. Step 1 is brushing her down to make sure there's nothing on her back that'll be irritated by a saddle. Long, even strokes. No, not like that. She placed her hand on top of his, and heat shot through her. What am I doing wrong? Jase asked quietly. She felt his gaze on her as her heart pounded in her chest. She took a steadying breath and focused on their hands. You're going too fast and need to be gentler, like this. She guided his brush along the horse while Cupcake stood obediently still. Jase soon took control, his hands in charge as he pulled the brush along Cupcake's coat. Cassidy gulped, pulling her hand away. I think that's good. Jase nodded and set the brush on a nearby table. Cupcake continued to stand there, her mouth trailing along the ground as she searched for grass to nibble. Cupcake seems like a calm horse. Cassidy smiled, giving the horse an affectionate pat. I've had her since she was a filly. She was calm even then, one of the easiest horses we've ever broke. She grabbed the saddle pad from the tack wall and handed it to Jase. Put the pad on at her shoulder, then slide it backward into place. We don't want Cupcake's hairs to get pinched. Next, put on the saddle. Make sure you hook the stirrups onto the horn so they don't hit her. Jase nodded, doing as she directed. The pad was a little askew, and Cassidy straightened it. Good, she said, nodding in approval. What now? The saddle. Cassidy turned to the wall, picking a basic black riding saddle with no frills. She reached up, intending to lift it off the wall, but Jase's hands covered hers. Let me, he said quietly. Cassidy yanked her hands away and nodded. Jase lifted the saddle off the wall like it weighed nothing, his muscles bunching with the movement. Don't forget the stirrups, Cassidy said, barely able to get the words out through her suddenly dry lips. Jase nodded, easily shifting the saddle into one hand, making the fabric of his t-shirt strain with the movement. He hooked the stirrups onto the horn, then slid it into place on Cupcake's back. The horse continued to munch on grass, not shying away. Cassidy swallowed as her mind replayed all of the movie trailers she had watched of Jase, shirtless. She'd assumed those muscles were perhaps the result of a little movie magic, but clearly he came by the look honestly. Her cheeks burned with heat and she looked away. Like this? Jase asked. Yes, you're a natural. Cassidy bent down, hiding her blush under the guise of showing him how to tighten the cinch. Once she's let out her breath, you want to make sure to tighten it again or the saddle will turn and dump you on the ground. She turned around, her hands bumping into Jase's chest. He stood close enough to kiss. Cassidy let out a gasp, backing up until Cupcake's warm body pressed against Cassidy's own back. Jase's warm eyes stared down into hers. She closed her eyes, repeating over and over in her head, "It's not real, it's not real, it's not real." He was just an actor trying to get into character. She wouldn't let another man manipulate her emotions and distract her from her dreams, even a handsome and helpful one. Sorry, she breathed. I didn't realize you were so close. His own voice was low and husky when he spoke. Saddling a horse is a lot easier than I thought it would be. There's not much to it. He took a step back and her pulse slowed. What was wrong with her? This man was an actor. A nice one, sure, but still an actor that would be gone in barely more than 3 weeks. She showed him how to connect the breast collar, then Cupcake obediently took the bit and let Cassidy finish bridling her. I already feel like a real cowboy. Jase grinned, his cowboy hat tipped back on his forehead. He shifted from foot to foot like an eager child. Can I ride her? Cassidy ran a hand over her face, hiding a grin. She loved watching someone fall in love with horses for the first time. Sure, just place your foot in the stirrup and... Jase didn't wait for her to finish. He swung onto Cupcake's back like he had been born to ride. His back straightened and he loosely held the reins. Shadows from the barn's overhead lights danced across his face, taking her breath away. He cocked his head to the side, adjusting his cowboy hat. Did I do it right? Oh, he looked better than right. The director would cry tears of joy when he saw Jase's striking silhouette against the darkening night sky. Cassidy could take a picture with her phone right now and it'd make the perfect movie poster. She cleared her throat, struggling to sound professional. Yeah, that's great. You even mounted on the correct side. Always do it from the left. Mount from the left. Got it. Cassidy perched on the fence and watched as Jase rode Cupcake around the corral, giving instructions as needed. Jase worked his way from a walk to a trot to a lope, his smile growing wider and commands to Cupcake more sure with each passing minute.
This is fantastic.
He brought the horse to a halt and dismounted like he had been doing it since he was 6 years old. Jase led Cupcake by the reins to where Cassidy sat on the fence railing. Cupcake nudged Cassidy's side, and she laughed and withdrew another sugar cube from her pocket. She's a calm horse. The ones they use on the range are more headstrong. Jase leaned against the fence and gave her a lazy smile.
I'm not worried, but it's late and we should probably get inside. We've both got an early morning tomorrow.
Cassidy reluctantly nodded and followed Jase back into the barn, letting him lead Cupcake. She showed him how to remove the saddle and rub her down, then gave Cupcake a bucket of oats and left her in the stall for the night.
How have I gone my whole life without riding a horse? Jase asked.
Cassidy laughed. It's pretty amazing, isn't it? Cupcake's my best friend.
I can see why. She's a special animal.
Cassidy knew she should leave it at that and go inside. The part of her that had been hurt by Seth begged her not to get sucked in. It wasn't like this, whatever this was, could go anywhere. But she craved Jase's presence, like a caffeine addict desperate for their morning coffee. Cassidy took a deep breath, gazed up into Jase's eyes, and plunged. We could go riding sometime. There's a nice spot I visit on Sundays to relax. Jase's steps faltered. Obviously, if you're too busy, that's fine. Cassidy quickened her pace, feeling like a total idiot.
No.
His hand flew out and rested on her arm, stopping her. She slowly turned around, almost scared to meet his gaze.
A ride sounds great. I'd love to go with you.
Oh, okay. She played with her braid, curling the end around her finger. How about this Sunday?
That sounds perfect. Thanks for inviting me.
You're welcome. They paused at the invisible intersection between the barn and their separate homes, lingering. Cassidy pushed a toe of her boot into the soft dirt peeking through the crabgrass, and Jase inhaled deeply. Darkness had fallen completely now, and she could no longer make out his features.
I love it here,
Jase said.
I never expected Oklahoma to be so peaceful and calm.
Don't you miss California? Cassidy asked. It's like the modern-day embodiment of the American dream. Big houses, fancy parties, beautiful beaches.
Maybe it's some people's dream, but not mine. I like the slower pace of life in Sunset Plains.
Cassidy laughed. You've only been here a week.
Maybe, but I've never felt so connected to a place before. I don't know how to describe it.
Cassidy took a cautious step closer. I know what you mean. I've always felt that way about here, too. Jase's phone rang, breaking the spell between them. He pulled it from his pocket, giving her an apologetic smile.
Sorry, I'd better get this.
She quickly took a step back, smoothing her braid over one shoulder. Of course. Jase swiped a finger over the screen.
Hello?
His face darkened, and for the next minute, he didn't say anything. Cassidy looked away, not wanting to intrude on a private moment, but not sure how to break away. The kitchen lights glowed in the farmhouse's window, beckoning her home, while the porch light of the bunkhouse pulled Jase another way. Why had she invited him to go riding with her on Sunday? She'd never taken anyone to her special hideaway. It wasn't much, just a secluded tree near the edge of the property that perfectly shaded a picnic blanket. She'd spent countless hours underneath it, reading a book or sleeping or just thinking about life. There was no reason for her to share that with someone who was barely more than a stranger, especially someone who would soon be leaving, someone who might be less than genuine.
I can't talk right now. Can I call you in a few minutes? Okay. Yeah. Goodbye, Mother.
Jase flicked off the phone, his agitation evident in the abrupt movement.
Sorry about that. I'll see you Sunday then?
Sure. Is 2 o'clock okay? That would give her enough time to get home from church and change.
It's perfect.
He tipped his hat and smiled, but the way he gazed right through her said his thoughts were elsewhere.
I'll be there.
Cassidy watched him stride toward the bunkhouse, his silhouette fading into the night, and put her hands to her flushed cheeks. What was wrong with her?
She absolutely, positively could not fall for Jase Larson. Chapter 9. Jase let out a silent curse as he left Cassidy and strode toward the bunkhouse. A phone call from his mother was never a good thing. He waited until he was nearly to the bunkhouse, then pulled out his phone and dialed her number. "It's about time you called me back," his mother snapped. "It's been 5 minutes tops," Jase ground out. Maintaining his cool around his mother always took a concerted effort, and he was finding it more trying than usual today. "Sorry, I was talking to someone about ranch business." Which was mostly true. "Well, I hope you've gotten all the information you need for the movie because I need you to come back a week before production starts." Jase leaned against the outside of the bunkhouse, the dim lights from the front porch illuminating where he stood. Gnats buzzed lazily near the lights, and he could see the flash of lightning bugs in the pasture. "Why?" "The costume department needs to take some measurements. I want to do some table readings with the cast." "That's not a week before production starts. That's moving production up a week," Jase cut in. He adjusted the brim of his cowboy hat, agitation making it hard to hold still. "Call it whatever you want," his mother said, her tone haughty. "But I need you here in 2 weeks." "No." Jase hadn't planned on saying the word, but now it hung between them like a grenade with the pin pulled. "Excuse me?" Jase pushed himself off the wall and started pacing. "I said no, Mother. I've already agreed to cut my trip short by 3 months, and I'm not willing to give up another week. 3 weeks isn't enough time to learn everything I need to know to convincingly play my role for this film. I'm staying the full 4 weeks. Production can wait for its original start date." Silence echoed over the line like a scream, and Jase's heart hammered in his chest. He kept pacing, watching as the pointed toes of his cowboy boots pressed into the soft crabgrass with each step. He'd never stood up to his mother before. She wasn't going to like it. "I have taught you better than this," Mother finally said, her voice seething. "A professional actor does not delay production like this for some ridiculous stay at a ranch." "I'm not delaying production," Jase cut in. "You are moving it up, and I have prior engagements that cannot be rearranged to accommodate your change in schedule with such short notice." He could hear her heavy breathing over the line, could imagine her clenching her fists and fighting back a scream. "Fine," she said, "but you're on thin ice, Jase. Don't think I won't recast you just because I'm your mother." The phone clicked and the line went dead. Jase slowly put it back in his pocket, his own breaths a little uneven. He'd just antagonized his mother, his boss, and for what? Returning to California and beginning production on the Western was the last thing Jase wanted to do at the moment. Oklahoma called to him, as did the woman who had just walked away. He wasn't ready to leave either behind. Jase slipped into the quiet bunkhouse. As he got ready for bed, his mind kept returning to Cassidy. The sachet of her hips and the swirl of her braid, the way her features softened when she rubbed down Cupcake, how she could make him laugh. As he climbed into bed, he resolved not to worry about production until he had to. For now, he'd work on immersing himself into the role just like he had planned when asking Sean if he could visit. And if that meant spending more time with Cassidy, well, that was just fine with Jase. He couldn't wait to go riding with her on Sunday. The next few days were filled with hard work and learning the ins and outs of ranching. Jase had always considered himself physically fit, but ranch life worked muscles he hadn't realized he possessed. Each night he fell into bed feeling satisfied with a job well done. It filled him in a way acting never had, and that terrified him. Jase spent Sunday morning helping Mason with the animals. His teacher was a man of few words, leaving Jase ample time to anticipate his coming riding date with Cassidy. Could he call it a date? "Good work," Mason said gruffly, hanging up the last of the brushes they had used on the horses. "That's it for today." He'd explained earlier that on Sundays everyone did the minimum necessary to keep things running and the animals healthy, then had the rest of the day off. "Okay, see you tomorrow."
Jase turned, eager to get ready for his undefined social activity.
You got plans?
Mason called out, stopping Jase in his tracks. He slowly turned, backtracking to his mentor.
Yeah, actually. You're going out with Cassidy.
It wasn't a question. Mason tugged on the brim of his cowboy hat and folded his arms. Jase folded his own arms, mimicking Mason's stance.
That's right.
Mason grunted. Jase thought he already knew the answer to this question, but he decided to ask it anyway. Best to clear the air between them. Hopefully they could avoid any awkwardness for the rest of the time Jase was at the ranch.
Are you and she...
Jase trailed off, leaving the question open-ended. Another grunt.
Cassidy ain't never thought of me like that.
But you want her to. Mason's face flushed red, and he pointed a threatening finger in Jase's direction.
You best be careful with her, you hear? She's been through enough and doesn't need any more pain.
I have no intention of hurting her, Mason. Jase held up his hands as though to prove his innocence.
But you do like her, romantic-like.
Jase nodded. Another grunt from Mason.
I've got my eye on you, Jase Larson. Don't you dare go and break her heart.
Mason's threat loomed over Jase's head as he took a quick shower and dressed for his date with Cassidy. He didn't intend to hurt Cassidy, but at the same time, he was leaving in 3 weeks. What would happen when he returned to California? But he was jumping the gun, as a cowboy would say. Cassidy's hatred had turned to a grudging like, perhaps. She had asked him to go riding with her today, after all, but that might very well mean nothing. He'd play things by ear today and see where they went. He arrived in the barn first and took it upon himself to saddle the 2 horses. Cupcake stood perfectly still while Jase saddled her, but Brownie, the horse he had been riding on the range, grunted and sidestepped every chance she got. Clearly Cassidy had named both horses. Jase spoke to Brownie in a soothing voice, patting his neck and giving the horse the time he needed to put on the saddle. He was just tightening the cinch one last time when soft footfalls entered the barn. The hairs on the back of his neck rose, instantly on alert at her presence. "Wow, you've already got them saddled," Cassidy said from behind. Her soft southern twang flowed over him, making his stomach jump.
Figured it was the least I could do.
Jase turned to face her, and his breath caught. Sunlight illuminated Cassidy from behind, making her glow like some ethereal angel. She wore jeans that hugged her curves and a red tank top that managed to be both casual and sexy. Her blonde hair lay in its customary braid over one shoulder, and her pants were tucked neatly into cowboy boots. "Thank you." She ran a hand down Cupcake's side, peering at the saddle.
Are you double-checking my work?
Jase asked with a mock scowl. Cassidy laughed, giving Cupcake's belly a pat. "Maybe."
How did I do?
She set her hands in her back pockets and took a step toward him. "Couldn't have done it any better myself." Jase cleared his throat and took a step back, motioning to the bulging saddlebags on Brownie.
I packed lunch, too. The guys recommended a deli in town, and it felt like the perfect day for a picnic.
She sniffed the air, her lips turning up in pleasure. "Gertie's?"
Yep.
"She makes excellent sandwiches. That was really thoughtful of you." Her cheeks pinked, and he loved the way it lit up her face.
Need help mounting?
Her lips pursed as though she had tasted something sour. "Watch it, cowboy. You've been on the ranch a week. I've been here a lifetime." He folded his arms and grinned.
"Okay, then. Let me see what you got."
"Fine." She sauntered over to Cupcake and placed her foot in the stirrup. In one fluid motion, she had hoisted herself onto Cupcake's back. Jase blinked, his heart thumping at the sight of her sitting proud and tall on the horse. "Do I meet your approval?" she called down. Jase blinked, then quickly mounted Brownie.
"Oh, yes," he said. "Most definitely. Let's go."
Chapter 10. Jase followed Cassidy away from the barn and main buildings and toward the south end of the ranch, wincing as Brownie shifted beneath him with each clop of his hooves. Jase was still a little saddle sore from his time spent riding the range, but any riding discomfort was more than worth spending an afternoon with Cassidy. He watched her head toward the trail, body barely moving with Cupcake's steps. Clearly, she had spent a lot more time on a horse than he had, because he was certain she looked a lot better riding one. Cassidy led him toward the trees behind the bunkhouse. Jase hadn't ridden that trail yet, but he happily followed Cassidy, confident she knew the way. Trees hung low over the trail like it was seldom used, and Jase ducked to avoid them. A branch scraped against his arm while another tugged at his jeans. Maybe Cassidy didn't know where she was going, or maybe befriending him was just an elaborate ruse to get him alone in the woods so she could enact her murderous revenge on all actors with a machete. He had to chuckle at that one. Clearly, he had watched one too many movies in his lifetime. A side effect of his career, he supposed. "How far away is this place?" Jase called. "Not far," Cassidy tossed over her shoulder. "Perhaps 30 minutes, but the trail widens in another 2 or 3. Cassidy was as good as her word, and a few minutes later the trail widened. Jase looked back, realizing they'd seemed to have taken some sort of shortcut to a bigger trail. Jase pulled up Brownie alongside Cupcake, eager to talk to Cassidy. He wanted to get to know her better, to find out what made her tick. "How is business this week?" She shot him a fleeting smile that made his legs go weak. Good thing he was sitting down. "Decent. A few people came in hoping to see you, I think. It would seem that you're good for business, Jase Larson." He loved the way his name sounded on her lips. "I'm glad I could help. I should be good for something while I'm out here, right?" She frowned. "I need to apologize for how hard I was on you when you first arrived. I shouldn't have judged you by someone else's actions." The apology was unexpected, but welcome. Jase swallowed, forcing himself to hold back and not act too eager. Cassidy was like a wild horse, and he definitely didn't want to spook her. "Thank you. So the new appliances didn't set you back too much then? With business this week, I mean?" "Surprisingly, no. This is the busiest I've been since opening week. I don't know what I would have done without Carrie's help." Jase let his body roll with the motions of Brownie, feeling the aches and pains disappear as he talked to Cassidy. "Carrie?" "Oh, right, you haven't met her. She's my part-time employee. She's only in high school, but she has a real eye for decorating. I don't know what I'll do when she goes away to college next year." "Maybe you'll be able to hire a full-time employee to replace her." Cassidy sent him a fleeting smile. "Yeah, maybe. Wouldn't that be something?" "Well, you deserve all the success you've had and more." She smoothed her braid over one shoulder, not meeting his eyes. "Thank you. A lot of people thought I was crazy to open Cupcakes and Cowboys. Sunset Plains isn't exactly a big town, and a bakery isn't exactly something people need." "Who doesn't need delicious cakes and cookies?" Cassidy shrugged, her shoulders stiff and hands gripping the reins tightly. A sick pit lodged itself in Jase's stomach. He knew who had told her opening the bakery was a stupid idea. "Seth," he said. It wasn't a question. "Yeah." "He was wrong," Jase said forcefully. He urged Brownie closer to Cupcake and stared at Cassidy. "Not just about cupcakes and cowboys, but about a lot of things." "Maybe. I hope so." She took a deep breath, then looked back over at him. "See those trees up ahead?" Jase squinted. "The ones about a mile away?" She nodded. "Yeah, I see them." "Good. Race you!" She kicked her heels into Cupcake's side and took off at a gallop. Jase laughed. This playful side of Cassidy was attractive in an entirely new way. He kicked Brownie into a gallop and followed after Cassidy. Hot wind blew his cowboy hat backward, but the string kept it from falling to the ground. The hat bounced against Jase's back as he clung tightly to the reins, leaning forward and keeping his heels down just as Cassidy had taught him. She was at least 3 lengths ahead of him, her body crouched low over the horse as her braid flew behind her. Jase urged Brownie on, wanting to catch Cassidy more than anything. Wanting her. Jase knew she was slowing down when he started to gain ground. He caught up to her just as she pulled to a stop near the cluster of trees she had pointed out earlier.
"Slowpoke," she said with a teasing smile. "So much for beginner's luck. I creamed you."
I'm pretty sure beginner's luck doesn't apply to riding a 1,000-pound animal. You must have no fear. Cassidy laughed and dismounted in one fluid movement. Jase cleared his throat and looked away from her lithe body. His own dismount was much slower and more awkward as his sore legs screamed in protest.
"A little saddle sore?" she asked.
I think I'll survive.
"Good. I'd hate to have to train another cowboy for that movie you've got coming up."
She took Cupcake by the reins and led her through the trees. Jase followed, pushing aside branches to make sure they didn't hit Brownie in the face. The trees were dense, but not especially deep, and less than a minute later, Jase broke through the grove.
"Here it is,"
Cassidy said breathlessly, holding out her hands.
Whoa.
Jase glanced around, awe making him speechless. A stream cut through the tall grasses of the meadow, its happy babble joining the chirping of birds. Perhaps 50 feet away a fence stood, marking the property boundaries. Trees dotted the banks of the water, most small and new. But one tree grew tall and strong, towering above the others. Tall grasses swayed in the breeze, the impossible blue sky just meeting the tops of trees in the distance.
"It's not much, but I love it."
It's perfect.
"I think so. Here."
Cassidy took his reins and looped them over the saddle horn. He raised an eyebrow and she smiled.
"They'll stay close."
Jase nodded, watching as the two horses wandered away to graze. It's so beautiful here. I feel like we're the only two people in the world.
She smiled, clearly pleased. "Exactly. The stream cuts close enough to the property line that the cows don't bother wandering this far."
And Jase was pretty sure this stream was the same one that cut through the property he was considering buying, unless he couldn't read a map. He inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the fresh air. I love it. Her cheeks pinked and she ducked her head, playing with the end of her braid.
"Me too. I think it's my favorite place in the entire world. I've never brought anyone here before."
The significance of that phrase wasn't lost on Jase, and his heart seemed to expand in his chest. But he didn't push the matter, not wanting to make Cassidy uncomfortable, and instead walked over to Brownie and began pulling food from the saddlebags. Well, I don't know about you, but all that riding has worked up an appetite. Are you hungry?
"Starvin'," Cassidy said. "I swear I've been smelling Gertie's sandwiches the entire ride."
She retrieved the picnic blanket and laid it underneath the shade tree near the water, and they both sat down. Jase opened up the bags and handed her a wrapped sandwich. I wasn't sure what to get you, but Gertie assured me you love the ham and Swiss delight.
"She isn't wrong."
Cassidy opened the wrapper and took a big bite. She closed her eyes in pleasure, letting out a groan.
"I haven't had a sandwich from Gertie's in ages. This is divine. Thank you, Jase."
My pleasure. He unwrapped his own sandwich, which was the same as Cassidy's, and took his own bite. His eyes widened in surprise at the soft bread and juicy ham. Whoa.
"I know."
She opened her bag of chips and took a bite.
"Gertie's is the best."
And you haven't had them in a while? She shook her head no. But she's only like a block away from your shop. Cassidy raised her eyebrow.
"Yeah, but we're not all movie stars with bottomless bank accounts. Eating out costs money. That's not something I have much of right now."
Jase blinked. He had handed over cash without thinking when picking up the food. Money wasn't something he'd ever had to think about. Well, I feel like a total tool. Cassidy laughed, taking another bite of her sandwich and shaking her head.
"Definitely not a tool. Thank you again for bringing lunch for us. I didn't think about it when I invited you out here."
My pleasure. He hoped she knew he meant it. The next few minutes passed in silence as they enjoyed their food. Jase could totally understand why Cassidy loved this spot. The leafy branches of the tree provided perfect shade from the sun, and a light breeze passed over the stream and cooled the air to a pleasant temperature. The soft gurgling of water combined with the hum of insects made him forget all his worries and just enjoy the moment. He wasn't used to taking time to appreciate nature, but found he enjoyed it more than he could have imagined. "Are you getting what you hoped for out of visiting the ranch?" Cassidy asked, breaking the silence. "For the role, I mean?" Jase had spent less time researching his upcoming role than he'd anticipated when first arriving, and way too much time fantasizing about the rancher's daughter. But he found he was completely comfortable with his choice. "I think so. You answered a lot of the basics when we drove to Tulsa. Thank you for that, by the way." She inclined her head, crunching on a chip. "Mason's great about answering questions that come up as we're working, and the other guys have all been very helpful too. Sean told me Star Ranch was the perfect place to prepare for my role, and he wasn't wrong." "Sean's almost never wrong. It's one of the most obnoxious things about having him for a big brother." Jase laughed, leaning back on an elbow. "He's a good guy." "Yeah, he is. And really, I'm glad you feel like your time here has been worthwhile." "Just meeting you would have made my time here worthwhile, Cassidy." Jase stared into her beautiful face, loving the way her cheeks blushed scarlet and her eyes sparkled. When she turned those lips up in an embarrassed smile, it took a lot of effort not to kiss her. She crumpled her sandwich wrapper and placed it in one of the paper bags. "I can see why you were nominated for an Oscar. You're very good at what you do." Jase sat up. "Do you think I'm acting with you?" She played with the end of her braid, not quite meeting his gaze. "You're famous. You make more money on one film than I'll make in a lifetime. I think you're getting into your role and falling for the country girl is part of it." The accusation sliced through Jase, and he gritted his teeth. He'd tried so hard to take it slow, to not scare her away, to be genuine. "I'm not Seth." "I know, but you still live in the same world as him." She lifted a shoulder in a shrug. "All the things that were points of contention with him still exist with you. Constant traveling, never knowing when you're being genuine or playing a part, women fawning all over you." Everything she said was a negative, but all Jase heard was that she had thought about having a relationship with him. The sting of her words dulled, and he reached out, caressing her cheek lightly with his finger. She flinched, but then leaned into his touch. "I don't enjoy the Hollywood lifestyle," Jase said, keeping his voice low and soft. She pulled at her bottom lip with her teeth, driving him mad. "I don't enjoy accounting, but it's still part of my job." He leaned forward until they were close enough he could smell the strawberry scent of her shampoo. "I like you, Cassidy." She exhaled, her minty breath surrounding him. "I won't put aside my dreams for someone else again." "I'm not asking you to." He cupped the back of her neck, curling his fingers into the soft strands of her hair at the base of her skull. She leaned toward him. "All I'm asking is for you to trust me. Give me a chance to prove that I'm a decent guy. Can you do that much?" Her eyes held his, and her tongue flicked out, licking her lips and making his entire body heat. When she spoke, her voice was barely a whisper. "It's not that easy." "I know, but will you try?" Her gray eyes were wide and vulnerable. Electricity sparked between them as he slowly massaged her neck. He ached to pull her into his arms, but needed an answer. Slowly, she nodded. "I trust you." The weight of her acceptance surrounded him like a warm blanket. Jase brought his other hand to her cheek, caressing it with his thumb. She inhaled, her lips trembling, but she didn't pull away, didn't tell him to get lost. Slowly, he lowered his head toward hers. He paused, their lips almost touching but not quite, giving her a chance to pull away. She leaned forward, bridging the distance between them. Their lips met, and Jase knew he was lost. His fingers found their way into her hair, pulling the braid loose with one hand as he held her chin in place with the other. He tilted her face, and when she didn't protest, he deepened the kiss. Cassidy leaned into him, her hands wrapping around his neck and pulling him closer. Everything disappeared as the fireworks crackled between them. Why had Jase spent the last few years making movies in California when the life he wanted had been sitting right here in Oklahoma, just waiting for him to find it? Cassidy pulled away, her ragged breathing matching his own. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, biting her lip. The motion made him want to kiss her all over again, but he wouldn't push her further than she or he could handle. She was worth taking things slow for. "What's it like in California?" Cassidy asked. Jase struggled to focus on the conversation and not their kiss. He leaned back against the tree trunk, needing to put some distance between them. "Compared to here? Absolutely awful." Cassidy giggled. "That's not what Sean says." "Yeah, well, as much as I respect your brother, he's totally wrong about this." They spent the next few hours laughing and talking. Cassidy was as smart as she was beautiful, and Jase loved the glimpses she gave him into her mind. They talked about her plans for the bakery and his doubts about his career. He'd never been able to open up so entirely to another person or felt so heard. Cassidy seemed as interested in him as he was in her, and his money, fame, and social connections had nothing to do with it. He was falling for Cassidy Erickson, no doubt about it. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, they packed up their lunch and headed back. Cassidy kept the pace slow, not seeming in any hurry to return home. Back in the barn, Jase helped her unsaddle the horses and brush them down, but eventually they ran out of ways to put off the inevitable. They stood in the middle of the quiet barn, the last rays of sunlight lighting the space as the horses ate quietly in their stalls. Jase took Cassidy's hands in his, keeping his voice soft and low. "I had a great time today. Thanks for inviting me." "You're welcome. Thank you for coming with me. This is the best Sunday I've had in a while." He stared into her gray eyes, wanting to kiss her so badly it was a physical ache, but he didn't want to take advantage of her vulnerability or push her too far. She seemed to sense his hesitation. Her hands tightened on his, then she rose on her tiptoes and pressed a soft kiss to his lips. Jase barely had time to enjoy the kiss before it was over. Cassidy brushed her hair behind one ear, that beautiful blush back on her cheeks. "Good night," she said quietly. "Good night," he called. She walked away, her hips swaying and boots making soft scuffing sounds with each step. He watched until she was safely inside the house, then shook his head and turned toward the bunkhouse with a grin. Today had been perfect. He hadn't learned anything to help him with his role, but he didn't care. Somehow, spending time with Cassidy had become more important. Jase showered and got ready for bed. He climbed into a bunk with a sigh, his muscles aching but his heart full. He couldn't remember ever feeling so content, so happy. He adjusted the pillow underneath his head, then opened his email on his phone. The inbox was overflowing. No surprise there. He hadn't looked at it since Friday. If anything really important came up, his mother or his agent would call him. Jase scrolled through the messages, listening to the gentle snores of the few sleeping men combined with the cheers of those watching the football game in the common room. A familiar name popped up, and he paused on the email from the production team of the upcoming cowboy film. "Final script and cast list," the subject line read. Some of Jase's contentment fled as he clicked open the email. He'd have to see if there was somewhere in town to print off the script so he could start memorizing his lines. Most of the actors and actresses still read for the table readings, but Jase liked to try and get ahead of things. He ignored the script for now and instead opened the attachment containing the final cast list. A few unfamiliar names popped out at Jase as he scrolled through the list, along with those of actors he had worked with before. Most of the experiences had been positive, so hopefully this film would be as well. Halfway down the list, he stopped scrolling, his eyes glued to one name. Jase rubbed his eyes, staring at the name again. His heart began pumping heavily while his mind scrambled to understand the implications of this single change in casting to the upcoming film. Seth Harrington had landed a part in the movie. Chapter 11. Cassidy leaned into Jase, loving the feel of his hands at her waist. "I guess I need to go to sleep," she murmured against his lips. He tightened his hold, pulling her closer. "But I'll miss you." Cassidy giggled softly. Her parents had gone to sleep hours ago, and only a single lamp in the living room lighted the main floor of the house. The movie had ended at least 20 minutes earlier, but she and Jase hadn't made it very far out of the room. He leaned against the hallway wall, her body pressed against the length of his and dim shadows dancing across the angular lines of Jase's face. "I know you'll miss me, but I've got to wake up in less than 5 hours. So do you, for that matter." "Super lame," Jase said, nibbling at her neck. "Maybe tomorrow I'll take the day off. We could play hooky together, maybe ride back to the meadow. It's been, 2 weeks since we were there?" The words were like a splash of cold water. Cassidy squirmed, finally extracting herself from Jase's grip. Abandoning cupcakes and cowboys wasn't a possibility for her, not even for a day. That's not something two responsible adults would do, is it? We can be responsible the next day. The desire to accept his offer was nearly overpowering, which meant it was definitely time to go to bed. "Good night, Jase." His hand caught hers, sending a flood of heat over her entire body. "We're still on for our date tomorrow?" "Yes, 7 o'clock. Cassidy couldn't resist. She rose up on tiptoes and brushed one last quick kiss over Jase's mouth. "See you then." His groan echoed off the walls as she scampered upstairs, and Cassidy couldn't help but smile. Over the past 2 weeks, they had spent every spare moment with each other. She clung to their time together, knowing that each moment brought them one step closer to the inevitable end of their relationship, if you could even call it that. Cassidy knew Jase was attracted to her. He had told her as much more than once, but she still feared that this was all part of a role to him, whether Jase realized it or not. Sometime soon, Jase hadn't said exactly when, he'd return to the glittering lights of Hollywood, leaving Cassidy alone in Sunset Plains. She changed into her pajamas and dropped into her bed with a happy sigh. The last 2 weeks had been magical. Jase now ate dinner every night with the family instead of the ranch hands. He'd also dropped by Cupcakes and Cowboys almost daily to bring her lunch. They stayed up way too late each night talking about everything and nothing, but in the morning, Cassidy barely felt the fatigue and couldn't wait to go home and do it all again. Neither of them had mentioned the elephant in the room, Jase's impending departure. As Cassidy drifted off to sleep, the sick pit that surfaced every time she thought about Jase leaving lodged itself in her stomach. She'd been so wrong about him. Where Seth was selfish and conceited, Jase was considerate and kind. He was a hard worker who jumped in to help whenever he saw a need. Even Mason grudgingly admitted that Jase had picked up on ranching quickly, a high compliment from the crusty cowboy. Yes, Jase's kisses filled her with fire. Sure, each day she counted down the minutes until she would see him again, but once he hopped in a fancy car and jetted back to the big city, she doubted he'd ever return. If she was smart, she'd break things off now before her heart got any more involved. Any relationship between them was doomed. Jase would never abandon his career, and she wouldn't give up her cupcake shop. She should have said she was busy tomorrow night, but as much as it hurt to think about him leaving, she couldn't make herself push him away. Cassidy arrived at the bakery only 5 minutes late the next morning. She had just unlocked the front doors and flipped on the sign to open when the store phone rang. "Cowboys and Cupcakes, this is Cassidy speaking," she said in a chipper voice. "Hi, Cassidy," said an unfamiliar voice on the other end of the line. "This is Sandra from the college. I know this is late notice, but we're having a faculty training event tomorrow and would love to order a custom cake for the event, something to get the staff excited for the upcoming school year." "Sounds interesting." Cassidy tried to keep her voice nonchalant and not let her excitement show too much. "What did you have in mind?" 15 minutes later, she hung up the phone and let out a squeal. The money she'd make from this order was almost enough to make her forget about turning down Annabeth's wedding cake. Almost. The cake was simple enough, but it would still be time-consuming. Cassidy couldn't wait for Carrie to arrive so she could get started. If she hurried, she might still make her date with Jase. The day passed in a blur as Cassidy boxed up purchases for customers and baked the cakes for her special order when business lagged. She handed a box of cupcakes to the latest customer with a smile, ignoring her aching feet. Once the front door swung closed, Cassidy pulled out her phone and checked the time again. Just another 30 minutes until Carrie would arrive. She'd need to start decorating immediately if she wanted a prayer of making her date with Jase on time. Cassidy busied herself refilling the display case. They were nearly 2/3 empty. Having Jase Larson hang around the bakery had definitely helped sales. She'd missed that when he was gone, too. The wall phone rang, and Cassidy quickly grabbed it, pushing aside her depressing thoughts. "Cupcakes and cowboys, this is Cassidy."
"Cassidy, it's Carrie."
"Hey." Cassidy's eyes flicked to the wall clock. She really hoped this didn't mean Carrie would be late today. Usually Carrie was great about showing up on time, but sometimes cheerleading practice ran long. Cassidy was already cutting things close for her date. "What's up?"
"I fell during cheer practice and hurt my ankle. I'm at urgent care right now, and they think I might have broken something. They're sending me to the hospital for x-rays."
Cassidy's heart sank. Carrie loved cheerleading. If she had broken something, she'd be out for her senior year.
"Oh, Carrie, that stinks." "Yeah, I don't think I'm going to make it in today. I'm really sorry."
The girl's voice was thick with tears. Cassidy ran a hand through her hair, her evening plans crumbling. There was no way she'd make her date with Jase now. She swallowed her disappointment, knowing it couldn't be helped. "Of course you can't come in. Don't worry about it. Call me once you know what's going on, okay? You might need to take a few days off if it's serious."
"I will. Thank you."
Cassidy said her goodbyes and hung up the phone. She pulled her cell phone from her apron pocket and stared at the screen. It wasn't like she had tried to ruin their plans for tonight. When she had taken the job, she had thought Carrie would be here to help. But the reason had never mattered to Seth. Whenever Cassidy had changed plans on him, he'd given her the silent treatment for days. She took a deep breath and dialed Jase's number. He wasn't Seth, and if Jase couldn't handle a simple change in plans, well, it was a good thing he was headed back to California soon. The phone clicked on, and Jase's deep voice came across the line. "Hey, pretty lady." She tapped a pen on the bakery display case rapidly, unable to contain her nerves.
"Hi."
"I can't wait to see you in a few hours. Mason told me about this great restaurant in Meadow Falls, and now I'm dying to try it. What do you think?" Cassidy sighed and dropped the pen. Might as well get this over with. No sense beating around the bush.
"I'm really sorry, Jase. I have a huge order I've got to finish tonight, and Carrie just called in sick. Can we reschedule for tomorrow, maybe?"
Silence crackled across the line, and Cassidy picked up the pen and started tapping again. The familiar on-edge feeling that had always accompanied interactions with Seth roiled in her stomach. "Sunday would be fine," Jase said finally.
"Thank you."
Was he mad? She couldn't quite tell from his tone. The knot in her stomach tightened.
"They only called this morning about the order. It's really last minute, but the money's good."
"I understand." Cassidy bit her lip, fighting the urge to ramble.
"I'm really sorry,"
she repeated. "It couldn't be helped, right? We'll talk later." Cassidy said goodbye and hung up the phone. His words were right, but she couldn't stamp back the worry growing in her stomach.
"If he's mad, that's his problem, not mine,"
Cassidy growled to the empty room. But saying the words aloud and believing them were two very different things. The scars Seth had left behind were healing, but they weren't gone. A few minutes before 6 o'clock, Cassidy started her evening closing ritual. She washed all the tabletops and straightened the chairs underneath them, then flipped off the small television playing the evening news. She wiped the chalkboard menu clean and updated it with tomorrow's cupcake of the day. The bell jingled. Cassidy's heart dropped as she capped the liquid chalk marker. Normally, she didn't mind last-minute customers who lingered, especially if they emptied out her display cases. But tonight, she really didn't have the time. She was already in for a late night. Cassidy turned around, her customer's smile firmly in place, but her mouth fell open in shock. Jase stood in the doorway, that pristinely white cowboy hat on his head and a smile on his full lips. "What are you doing here?" Cassidy asked. His muscled shoulders rolled in a shrug. "I thought I could help." She stared at him. "Help?" "Yeah, with the rush order." Cassidy snorted, then quickly covered her mouth. She couldn't hold back the giggles as she tried to imagine Jase in one of her frilly aprons holding a piping bag. "You want to help me decorate a cake?" He rested his hands on his hips and gave her a mock glare. "I helped you sell them, didn't I?" "Yes, but cake decorating isn't something I can teach in 5 minutes, unlike working the cash register." "I'm a fast learner, and you sounded pretty stressed on the phone. Plus, I miss you. Maybe I can cook frosting or whip up a cake while you decorate." Cassidy snorted again as her heart swelled with relief. He wasn't upset, wasn't going to give her the silent treatment. He just wanted to help. She considered him, then nodded. "You don't cook frosting, but I actually could really use the help. Thanks." The company wouldn't hurt either. The clock hit 6 and Cassidy locked the front door and flipped off the lights while Jase swept the floor. Once the front was in order, they headed back to the kitchen. "So, what are we making?" Jase asked, setting his cowboy hat on the peg where she usually kept her apron. She quickly looked away. His hat looked too at home there. "We're decorating a cake for a faculty training event at the college." "That sounds like fun. What flavor of cakes are we baking?" "They wanted vanilla bean with chocolate ganache filling, but I already baked the cakes." Jase raised one eyebrow. He folded his arms and leaned back against the decorating counter, looking perfectly content in the kitchen. She liked how he could seem at home in any setting. "You did?" Cassidy nodded. "They're easier to decorate when frozen. I thought something with bright primary colors that keeps with the back-to-school theme would be cute." "Sounds delicious and fun. Where do we start?" "We?" Cassidy swallowed hard and motioned to the sink. "Wash your hands and find an apron." Jase did as instructed while Cassidy grabbed a 16-inch round cardboard base and set it on her cake stand. Soon she was mixing buttercream to dirty ice the cakes while Jase washed the few dishes she hadn't gotten to in the sink. "How was work today?" Cassidy asked over the hum of her mixer. The question was so simple, but she loved the intimacy suggested by it. "Great," Jase said. His flannel work shirt was rolled up to the elbows, the soap suds nearly reaching the fabric. "Mason showed me how to change the timing belt on a truck. I had no idea that ranchers needed to know how to do stuff like that. Today was method acting at its finest. I loved it." Cassidy imagined Jase hunched over the hood of a truck, hands black with grease and a dirty rag sticking out of his back pocket. No doubt he'd make auto mechanic work look positively divine. "You've told me about a lot of the things you've done while method acting, but you never really told me what made you decide to start doing it." "Acting?"
"Method acting."
"Huh, I guess you're right."
He slowly rinsed off the last plate and turned to face her.
"I think I method act because it lets me be someone else for a while."
Cassidy's brows knit together. She'd expected he'd give an answer about how dedicated he was to his craft or how method acting made his performance better. What she hadn't expected was insecurity, for him to look away, rubbing his thumb along the edge of the countertop. "You're Jase Larson. Men want to be you, and women want to be with you. Why would you want to be anyone else?" Jase took her hand gently in his, rubbing a thumb along her knuckles and making her breath catch.
"I've always been in Hollywood. I've grown up with the glitz and glamour. Sometimes I'm not sure if that's the life I want or the only life I've known."
He motioned to the bakery.
Cassidy looked around, trying to see the kitchen through his eyes. The gleaming new stainless steel fridge and freezer made the dents and scratches in the used industrial oven more obvious, but Cassidy had painted the walls a cheerful sky blue to brighten up the space, and everything was tidy and neat. She was proud of her cupcake shop, no matter what anyone else thought of it. This, Oklahoma, is the most I've ever connected with a roll, Jase said quietly, still rubbing circles on her hand. Ranching feels like what I've always wanted to do and who I want to be. You've shown me that, Cassidy. She swallowed, looking away. What was Jase saying? It's a good life. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Jase's eyes locked with hers. What if things had turned out differently between you and Seth? Cassidy heard the unspoken question in his words. What happens with us after I leave? Her heart hammered in her chest, and she pulled her hand away under the pretense of turning off the mixer. She grabbed a spatula and began whipping the frosting. I would have followed him to Los Angeles, raised the baby in a tiny one-bedroom apartment, and waitressed while he chased auditions probably. But I'm not willing to sacrifice my dreams for someone else's anymore. Jase put his hand over hers, making her freeze. You shouldn't have to. He didn't deserve you, Cassidy. I'm sure it didn't feel like it at the time, but you're lucky to have escaped. She swallowed hard and started whipping the frosting again, more slowly this time. I know that now, but it didn't make what happened any easier. Of course not. Jase took a step backward, watching her with those piercing eyes. I love it in Oklahoma, Cassidy. I love ranching. I love watching you chase your dreams. Your life is in California, Jase. Maybe I don't want it to be. Cassidy bit her lip, 1,000 emotions bouncing around in her chest. She wanted to be with Jase, was starting to need him even. She didn't want to lose him. But she couldn't lose herself in a relationship again. Jase said he wanted this life, but a little over 3 weeks was a long vacation, not a lifestyle. Eventually, Jase would miss acting and want to return to California, and she wouldn't give up the bakery to go with him. Couldn't. The only way this could end was in failure. What are you saying? Cassidy asked. She abandoned the spatula to the frosting, no longer even trying to keep up the pretense of working. Jase took a slow step forward. Cassidy held her breath, his body heat filtering through the inches between them and warming her skin. Slowly, his head lowered toward hers. What do you want me to say? He breathed. She ducked down, shaking her head quickly back and forth as she escaped to the opposite side of the counter. Oh no, that's not how this works. I've been in that one-sided relationship, and I'm not about to do it again. Jase ran a hand through his hair, jaw tight. That's not what I meant. The ringing of a phone interrupted the conversation. Jase fumbled in his pocket while Cassidy cleared her throat and returned to the frosting. What was she doing? After next week, he'd go back to his life, and she'd go back to hers. Hello? Jase's brow furrowed into a line as he listened to the other end of the call. Cassidy pulled a cake round out of the freezer and set it on the tray to dirty ice. Whoever was on the other end of the phone, Jase didn't seem too happy about it. That wasn't our original agreement. You're sure nothing can be done? Yeah, I understand. Yes, I said I'll be there. He shoved the phone back in his pocket, chest heaving and face flushed. Is everything okay? Cassidy asked. That was my mother. She's scheduled my flight home. The words hung between them like an undetonated bomb. Cassidy blinked, hoping Jase wouldn't see the tears forming in her eyes. She focused on the cake, carefully smoothing buttercream over its surface. Oh, she said. Okay. When do you leave? Jase ran a hand through his hair, then put both hands on his waist. He stared at her, his gaze unreadable. 3 days. 3 days. Cassidy's heart ached at the realization that this really was ending. But he had said Oklahoma felt like home. Maybe that meant something. Maybe he'd be back. Jase rested his hand on Cassidy's and gently pried open her fingers. She dropped the spreader on the table and turned in his arms. 3 days isn't very long, Jase said softly. Ask him to stay, Cassidy's mind screamed. But she couldn't do that to Jase. They barely knew each other. He had a life, a career, and so did she. It was bad luck that the two weren't compatible. Then let's make the most out of them, Cassidy said, her voice catching. Jase kissed her softly on the forehead, then wrapped her in a tight embrace. Cassidy closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. She couldn't believe this was going to end. We'll figure something out, Jase said, his tone a little gruff. I'm not letting you go that easily, Cassidy Erickson. She wanted to believe him. Cassidy pulled away and cleared her throat. She picked up the spreader and began icing the cake again. So how do we decorate this cake? Jase asked. Watch and learn, cowboy. Cassidy would enjoy these last 3 days, and then, despite Jase's promise, she'd kiss him goodbye and not look back. It would be easier for both of them than the drawn-out breakup of a long-term relationship. Her heart couldn't handle another actor. Chapter 12. Jase tossed in his bunk, throwing off the covers. He could hear the chirp of crickets outside the bunkhouse window, and the muggy air had turned stifling. The 4th of July was right around the corner, and Cassidy had told him the temperatures would only continue to climb. Too bad he wouldn't be around to see for himself. Cassidy. When she had called to cancel their date, it hadn't taken long to figure out his next move. Jase had thoroughly enjoyed their time in the bakery, right up until that phone call that brought reality crashing down around him. 3 days. 3 days, and he'd go back to his life in California as an actor. He'd been seriously considering staying before that phone call, buying the ranch bordering the Ericksons, and giving up acting. But that would be insane. He'd known Cassidy for less than a month. He'd been working as an actor for his entire life. Jase would keep his commitment to this next movie. Maybe discovering a love for country living would add an authenticity to the role, that special something that would finally earn him an Oscar win instead of just a nomination. He'd talk to Cassidy tomorrow and see how she felt about giving long distance a try. They hadn't talked about what would happen when he left, but they were out of time to avoid the discussion. She could fly out to visit him on long weekends, and he could come back to Sunset Plains between films. They needed time to explore their relationship, and Jase would figure out a way to give them that much at least. Because Cassidy belonged in Oklahoma with her bakery and her family and the ranch, and Jase was born to be a Hollywood actor. He was like 70% sure of that. The problem was that Jase wasn't sure if it was acting he hated or the Hollywood lifestyle. Did he have to give up one to have the other? And was he allowing his feelings for Cassidy to blind him to the choice he should make? Jase went through his morning chores with bleary eyes and slow motions. He took extra care with Cupcake. Darn his mother and her obsessive need to control his life. What he wouldn't give for 3 more months in Sunset Plains with Cassidy, like he'd originally planned, instead of 3 days. He'd barely scratched the surface of ranch life, and he wanted to keep digging, to spend his days riding the range and evenings kissing Cassidy. Maybe buying the ranch wasn't an awful idea. He could live in Oklahoma between roles. Tons of actors have vacation homes in places other than California. That night after dinner, Jase invited Cassidy on a walk. Moments later, they were crossing the yard and headed toward the pasture where Cupcake and Brownie grazed. Cassidy sidled up to the railing, and soon Cupcake pranced over, her white and brown coat gleaming in the setting sun. I missed you today, Jase said softly. Cassidy reached into her pocket and extracted a few sugar cubes, which Cupcake eagerly lapped up. Are you talking to me or the horse? Jase leaned on the railing and looked up at Cassidy. You, of course. Although I'm going to miss the horses once I'm gone, too. Cassidy brushed her hands along her jeans and leaned back against the railing. Cupcake, seeming to sense the end of the treats, pranced away to rejoin the other horses. Maybe you can find a stable in Los Angeles and stable a horse there. Sean might have some ideas of where to look. He doesn't ride much anymore because of his leg, but I remember him mentioning he was going to take Natalie riding when she came to visit.
Maybe I can visit Sunset Plains and ride Brownie.
Cassidy blinked quickly, and he caught the sparkle of tears. She played with the end of her braid and scuffed the toe of her boot into the soft dirt. We both know that's impractical. Jase pushed off the fence and stood in front of her, arms folded.
Why?
We come from two different worlds. He placed his hands on either side of the fence, trapping her in his arms. She bit one lip and blinked rapidly.
That doesn't mean we can't mesh them together. Can't we at least try?
I don't know, she stammered. Jase placed a hand gently beneath her chin and tipped her face toward his.
I'm not ready to say goodbye,
he whispered. Her hands rested on his shoulders, sending tendrils of heat licking across his skin. Then let's not say goodbye. Let's just enjoy these last 2 days. Jase lowered his lips to hers. He intended to make those days count. Jase and Cassidy spent every spare moment together over the next 2 days. Jase desperately wished he could somehow freeze time, but it kept marching mercilessly on. On his last day at the ranch, Jase was torn between savoring each moment of this experience and rushing through his chores so he could spend more time with Cassidy. As Jase dismounted in the barn after a long day on the range, he realized his muscles weren't sore. He patted Brownie on the neck, the bittersweet taste of an ending before him. As Jase brushed out Brownie's deep brown coat, he realized that tomorrow would be spent on a plane instead of riding. His stomach churned, a physical pain that made him want to lock himself in a room and cry. Brownie snorted and tossed his head impatiently. Jase patted the horse on the neck and whispered softly, "I'm going to miss you, boy." Brownie snorted again, but allowed the affection. Jase gave the horse a pat on the rump, letting him know they were done. As Brownie walked out into the pasture, Jase picked up the saddle and stored it in the tack room. Mason followed a few minutes behind with his own saddle and brush.
"Good work today,"
Mason said, dropping the saddle on the hook.
"Thanks,"
Jase said.
"I think we're done here if you want to head out."
Jase pulled out his phone and glanced at the time, conflicting emotions flowing through him.
Already? It's only 4 o'clock.
In the 4 weeks he had been on the ranch, they had never stopped working before 5. But he wouldn't say no to more time spent with Cassidy, even if he would miss helping out around Star Ranch.
"It's a slow day, and I'm sure you've got packing to finish up."
Mason held out a hand, his battered cowboy hat pulled low over his face.
"It was a pleasure working with you, Jase. I hope the movie goes well."
The lighting in the tack room was dim, but Jase thought he saw a grudging respect on Mason's face. The words certainly sounded sincere. Jase gave him a firm handshake, gratitude for his teacher flowing through him.
"Thanks for everything, Mason. I mean that." "Don't mention it,"
Mason said gruffly.
"You're welcome back here any time."
As Jase walked out of the barn, he hoped Mason meant what he had said. Leaving Sunset Plains felt like leaving behind a part of his soul. He took off his cowboy hat and wiped at his sweaty forehead as he entered the bunkhouse. Cassidy had teased him just last night that the hat was finally starting to look dirty enough to belong to a real cowboy. An ache filled Jase's chest. As soon as he showered, he'd head to the cupcake shop and help Cassidy out until closing. He'd stay up all night talking to her if she'd let him. Jase showered and dressed in record time. He grabbed the keys to his rental car and headed outside, whistling a tune he had learned from Mason. Maybe Cassidy would have some of her red velvet cupcakes left for him to buy. He imagined smearing the cream cheese frosting on her nose, then kissing it off. He would miss her so much. Jase rounded the corner of the bunkhouse and came to a halt, staring at his car. A tall man in expensive jeans and a V-neck shirt leaned against it, looking smug. Seth. Jase took a cautious step forward. What in the world was Seth doing in Sunset Plains? The crunch of gravel alerted Seth to Jase's presence, and he looked up. Seth grinned and pushed himself off the car. His smile had always been too wide, and he had whitened his teeth to a shade beyond natural. Fake. That was the word that always came to mind when Jase ran into Seth Harrington.
Hey, man.
Seth held out a hand and brought Jase in, clapping him on the back.
Good to see you again.
I'd call it more of a surprise. Jase quickly pulled away and shoved his hands in his pockets. From their first day together on set, something about Seth had set Jase on edge. He had never liked the up-and-coming actor, but he'd also never been outright hostile toward him. Jase had pushed his personal feelings aside, and they'd maintained a good working relationship while on set. Apparently, Seth had mistaken that for friendship. At least, that's what he had told the papers. But Jase didn't think he could maintain his civility this time around, not after seeing how much Seth had hurt Cassidy, how he had damaged her ability to trust others. Seth had been an invisible cloud hanging over Jase and Cassidy's relationship from the moment they first met, and Jase hated Seth for that.
I hope it's a good surprise,
Seth said. Had he waxed his eyebrows? Now that Jase had noticed their unnatural shape, he couldn't stop staring. I guess that remains to be seen. What are you doing here? Seth lifted his shoulders in a shrug.
I was visiting family in Tulsa before filming starts and heard you were at my old stomping grounds. Thought I'd drop by for old time's sake.
Jase folded his arms, staring Seth down. He squirmed like a bug underneath a magnifying glass, looking everywhere but at Jase. Sure, old time's sake, Jase said. I usually drive 2 hours out of my way to talk to coworkers. I'll see you in a few days. Seth scratched the back of his neck.
Your mother might have called and mentioned we were on the same flight out tomorrow. She asked me to make sure you were on it.
Fury burned hot and fast within Jase, an anger so intense he could taste it. My mother should mind her own business.
Come on, man, she's just worried about you. Said something about how you might be experiencing burnout.
Jase was in no mood to listen to Seth make excuses for Jase's mother. She didn't care that lately acting felt a lot like drowning, was unconcerned by the soul-crushing weariness that Jase couldn't seem to shake. All she cared about was parading him around in the press and selling tickets at the box office. Does Cassidy know you're here? Seth folded his arms and shifted uncomfortably.
She told you about me?
Cassidy and I have grown close over the last few weeks. And seeing Seth again would hurt her, maybe set back all the progress Jase had seen her make over the past month. She'd been slowly coming out of her shell. He'd watched as she laughed, let herself be vulnerable, and started to trust again. And Seth's arrival was going to ruin everything. A cruel grin pulled at the corners of Seth's mouth.
Can't say I'm surprised. Cassidy always did have a way with men. Be careful with that one. She'll do anything to keep you in a relationship once it starts.
Jase curled his hands into fists. It would feel so good to plow one of them into Seth's mouth. That's not how I hear it. Seth shrugged and pulled a pair of sunglasses out of his pocket, slipping them on.
Well, women always do try and spin things in their favor. Grab your stuff and let's go. We're already pushing it to avoid rush hour traffic.
But Jase didn't budge and continued to stare Seth down. You didn't answer my question. Does she know you're here?
Of course not. I haven't talked to her in like a year. A year this week, in fact.
Seth smirked, leaning back against Jase's car once more.
Wow, I'd forgotten. Time does fly when you're having fun.
Rage had dark spots dancing across Jase's vision. He grabbed Seth by his shirt and slammed him against the car. At least Cassidy wouldn't be home for another couple of hours at least. Plenty of time to make Seth disappear. Seth swore, yanking himself free. He rubbed his shoulder and glared. What are you doing? You're leaving now. The last thing Cassidy needs to see is your ugly face. Once Seth was safely gone, Jase would find a way to explain to Cassidy about the movie, to make her understand that working with Seth again wasn't Jase's choice. He should have told her as soon as he found out, but hadn't wanted to ruin their last few days together.
She's still that hung up on me, huh?
Seth flicked invisible lint off his t-shirt.
I can't say that I'm surprised. She was always clingy. Drove me nuts when we were together. Well, that and her obsession with money. I bet she'd love to get her hands on my paycheck. No doubt she'd be supportive now that I've made it. But before I was discovered, all she could do was nag.
The lies dripping from Seth's lips stung like acid. Jase pointed an angry finger in Seth's face.
Don't talk about her like that.
Seth yanked off his sunglasses again and glared.
Man, she's got you all messed up inside. Get away while you still can. She'll try and ruin your career just like she tried to stop mine before it even began. You're leaving now.
Jase's chest heaved with suppressed rage. The thought of this man kissing Cassidy, holding her close, asking for her hand in marriage, it made Jase physically ill. He swallowed back the bile rising in his throat.
I'm ready to go as soon as you are. Grab your bags and let's go. We can take my car. Our flight leaves early tomorrow, so the studio booked us hotel rooms in Tulsa for the night. They'll send someone to grab your rental car.
The last thing Jase wanted to do was get in a car with Seth Harrington and drive together to Tulsa. Jase wasn't a child, even if his mother insisted on treating him like one. But refusing would create waves with the production team. Jase would be labeled by his new coworkers as difficult. It wasn't like he could trust Mother to keep quiet about his insubordination, and if Jase refused, Cassidy might run into Seth. As though sensing weakness, Seth folded his arms and said, I'm not leaving unless you come with me. I can't afford to make the boss mad right now. Not all of us have reached Hollywood royalty status. Jase chewed on his lip, knowing what his answer had to be. He'd lose his last few hours together with Cassidy, but in return, he'd spare her the pain of seeing Seth again. And he'd keep the peace with his mother and the rest of the production crew.
Okay, Jase said finally. Give me a minute to grab my things and then we can leave, but I'm driving my own car back and I've got to make a stop on the way out of town. You can go on ahead.
Seth smirked like he knew exactly where Jase planned on stopping. Cupcakes and cowboys.
I'm not leaving until you do.
Jase took a menacing step forward and Seth's smirk disappeared. Jase raised a finger and jabbed it in Seth's chest.
Then you will park down the block and stay in the car with your sunglasses on and a hat covering your face. If Cassidy sees you, I'll make sure you get fired from this film and no one ever hires you again. That's a promise.
Seth's eyes darkened with fear, and Jase knew he'd keep a low profile when they were in town. The name Larson held a lot of weight in the entertainment industry, and Jase was more than capable of following through on his threat. And Seth knew it. Seth waited in the bunkhouse common room while Jase quickly packed up the last of his things. He slung his bag over one shoulder and looked around the bunk room, a lump rising in his throat. He didn't want to go with Seth. He didn't want to go at all. Jase stared at the cream-color cowboy hat resting on his top bunk. He'd stripped it of the sheets and left the comforter neatly folded at the end. Jase ran a hand over the rich leather, lifting the hat off his bed. It felt wrong somehow to wear it now, like wearing shorts in a snowstorm. He opened his duffel bag and dropped the hat on top of his clothes, neatly zipping it shut. Jase strode into the common room and glared at Seth. I'm ready. Seth twirled his key ring around his index finger.
I'll follow you then, unless you want to let production get your rental.
I'll pass, Jase said through gritted teeth. Seth clapped a hand on Jase's shoulder.
Come on, man, it doesn't have to be like this. We've got 8 weeks of filming ahead of us.
Jase shrugged off the hand.
Don't forget my promise, Seth. If she sees you, it's all over.
Seth's mouth turned downward and he gave a sharp nod. Satisfied, Jase threw open the bunkhouse door. Cassidy jumped back, putting a hand to her chest. Geez, Jase, you scared the living daylights out of me. Jase's heart began pounding in his chest and he quickly moved, trying to block Seth from her view with his body. He grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door partially closed.
This is a nice surprise. What are you doing home?
Carrie told me she could close up today. I wanted to see you.
Cassidy peered around his shoulder while playing with the ends of her braid. Jase swallowed hard, hating Seth for ruining this moment for him. "Can I come in?" Cassidy moved to enter, but Jase took a step, mimicking her move. He put a hand on the door jamb, hoping it looked casual. Why don't we go for a walk? I'd love to visit Brownie and Cupcake one last time." Her eyes narrowed and she folded her arms. "What aren't you telling me? You've got another girl in there or something? Because I swear, Jase Larson." Heat slowly rose up Jase's back, her words hitting harder than she had probably intended. "I'm not a cheater, Cassidy." "I know that. It was just a joke." She peered around his shoulder again. "You're hiding something. Tell me right now or I swear I'll storm away in a huff." A strong breeze yanked the bunkhouse door wide open. The door banged against the wall, then bounced forward again. But it was enough. Cassidy's eyes widened and she ducked under Jase's arm, entering the common room. Jase dropped his hand and turned around. A watermelon had lodged itself in his throat. Seth stood in the middle of the room, hands on his hips and eyes roving over every inch of Cassidy's body. "Well, well, well," Seth said. "Isn't this a pleasant surprise? You're looking good, Cass. A lot better than the last time I saw you, that's for sure." Jase clenched his hands into fists. "I swear, Harrington, if you don't shut up right now, I'm going to ruin that face of yours." Seth held up his hands. "Can't blame me for trying to reconnect with my ex-fiancé." Jase swore. "Cassidy," she held up a hand, silencing him. Her eyes were locked onto Seth's. "What are you doing here?" Seth flicked a glance at Jase, his eyes glinting darkly. "I thought your boyfriend here would have told you that." Cassidy's eyes flew to Jase's. The hurt he saw there ripped a hole right in his soul. "Jase?" His mouth was filled with cotton, but he forced the words out. "I was going to tell you, Cassidy. You have to believe me. I would have told you." She stumbled backward, her chest heaving. "Told me what?" Seth smiled, all those unnaturally white teeth glinting in the light. "Why, my boy Jase and I are co-stars again." "That's overstating things, don't you think?" Jase ground out. He took a step forward, reaching for Cassidy's hand, but she took another step back. "He's only got a minor role in the film. I just found out myself a couple of days ago." "When?" she demanded. He hung his head, shame making him weak. "At the bakery when we worked on the cake for the college." "I can't believe this." She whirled, stomping out the door. Jase swore and ran after her, leaving his bag on the living room floor. "I had no idea he was coming today, Cassidy. He just showed up. My mother sent him." She laughed, the sound ripping through him like shards of glass. "Well, isn't that just fantastic? The two of you seem plenty chummy to me." "We're not," Jase said, his voice rising. Cassidy whirled, the toe of her cowboy boot kicking up dust. "I can't believe you'd do this to me, Jase." "I know. I'm so sorry, sweetheart." The watermelon was rising in Jase's throat, and he had to choke out the words. "Please, let me explain." She held up a hand, silencing him. A tear rolled down her cheek, and she wiped it away quickly. The disappointment in her eyes made his breath catch. "You know how much he hurt me, and you brought him here, to my home without any warning." "I didn't know. Were you even going to say goodbye before you left?" "Of course." Jase grasped her hand and squeezed it desperately. He had to make her understand. He couldn't lose her. "Please, Cassidy, I'm so sorry. I'll talk to my mother. Get him recast." She shook her head and slowly pulled her hand away. "We can work this out," Jase choked out. "Let's try the long-distance thing. This doesn't have to be it. I'll fly you out to Texas on the first weekend I'm filming. It'll be fun." But she was shaking her head, tears brimming her eyes. "We both knew this wouldn't last. Goodbye, Jase. Have a nice life." He stumbled backward, the words nearly bringing him to his knees. "Cassidy!" "It's better this way. Please don't follow me." Cassidy whirled and ran toward the main house, her boots kicking up dust with each step. Jase stood frozen, watching her figure grow smaller and more distant with each step. He pounded a fist to his chest, struggling to breathe. In that moment, he didn't care about the production, or Hollywood, or Seth, or what his mother wanted, because the only thing that really mattered to him had just walked away. Chapter 13. Cassidy stumbled back to the homestead, praying her legs wouldn't give out until she was safely locked inside. The tears burned for release, but she wouldn't give in to them. Not this time. The few tears that had escaped were traitorous enough. She was done crying over men who didn't care for her. Cassidy slammed the kitchen door shut and sank to the floor, glad that neither of her parents were home. Her entire body shook with adrenaline. She hugged her knees close to her chest, gasping for air. Jase had lied to her. He'd brought Seth back to Star Ranch, even knowing how much he had hurt her. Seth had looked at her so coldly, like she was a fly he couldn't wait to squash. How had she almost married him? She ran a shaking hand through her hair, pulling out the strands of her braid. A cold sweat overtook her body, and she tried to take slow, even breaths. Jase said he wasn't at fault, and she was sure Seth had something to do with what had just happened. But she didn't care about stupid Seth. She cared about Jase. She cared that he hadn't told her Seth was here. Jase had lied to her. A sob ripped from her chest. Cassidy kicked off her cowboy boots, feeling claustrophobic. She'd been starting to trust him, had spent most of last night crying over his impending departure. The purr of a car engine broke the stillness, and Cassidy held her breath. Another purr followed the first, and then the crunch of gravel under tires as two vehicles drove down the lane. She could no longer hold back the tears. Cassidy collapsed in a heap on the kitchen floor and curled into a ball, giving herself over to grief. Jase had really left, and he had taken her heart with him. The creak of the garage door opening echoed through the house, and Cassidy forced herself to stand and walk to her bedroom. She wasn't in the mood to talk to her mama right now. Why did she always fall for the wrong guys? Her phone rang. Cassidy's heart leapt, but the caller ID told her Tanner was calling, not Jase. For a moment, she considered ignoring the call, but then Tanner would just ask Mama why Cassidy wasn't answering her phone. She yanked a tissue off her bedside table and wiped her nose, then answered the phone. Hopefully it wouldn't be too obvious she had been crying. Hello? Tanner's happy voice crackled over the line. Great news, sis. I got the job. I'm coming back to Sunset Plains in just over a month. Cassidy clutched at the tissue, trying to focus on what Tanner was saying. He'd finished up his master's degree at Texas A&M and had been hoping to get a teaching position at the small satellite campus in Sunset Plains. That's great. Congratulations. Hey, is everything okay? Tanner's tone had turned to one of concern. It sounds like you're crying or something. Oh, I'm fine. Cassidy glanced out her bedroom window. She could just make out the corner of the bunkhouse from here. For the past 3 weeks, it had given her a strange sort of comfort to know that Jase was asleep just a few yards away. It's stupid, really. Cassidy, Tanner said sternly, do I have to conference in Sean so we can make you talk? No. Her voice sounded petulant, even to her own ears. This whole thing is Sean's fault anyway. What happened? I fell for the stupid actor. Again. The tears were back, and Cassidy plucked another tissue from the box. Why do I always fall for the wrong guy, Tanner? He left, and I swear he broke my heart in the process. Whoa, slow down there. He's only been at the ranch, what, a month? It feels like longer. And yet, at the same time, it hadn't been nearly long enough. I'm here if you want to talk, Tanner said quietly. Maybe you guys can work out a long-distance deal or something. I don't think that's possible now, Cassidy said. She pressed a hand over her heart, the betrayal of Seth's appearance washing over her afresh. He's working with Seth. Tanner swore. Are you kidding me? So Cassidy told Tanner about the last month, glossing over the more romantic details, ending with Seth's blindside arrival not even an hour earlier.
"That's awful,"
Tanner said.
"I wish I could come down there and punch him in the face."
I'm not sure it's entirely his fault. Jase said that he didn't know Seth was coming.
"I'm not talking about Jase, I'm talking about Seth. I really hate that guy."
Cassidy clutched the phone. Me too.
"Cass, you've got to let him go,"
Tanner said.
"This is destroying you."
It's only been an hour. Give me a second to process what just happened.
"I'm not talking about Jase. I'm talking about Seth."
Cassidy inhaled sharply. What are you talking about? I'm totally over Seth.
"I know you don't want him back, but I don't think you've forgiven him for what he did to you, and I'm not sure you'll be able to move on until you do."
Tanner's words bounced around in Cassidy's head all night long, chasing away any hopes of sleeping. She'd thought she'd put Seth behind her, left him in the past. But maybe Tanner was right. Had Cassidy allowed her hatred of Seth to ruin her relationship with Jase? She was at the bakery even earlier than normal the next morning and threw herself into baking, trying to wipe the events of yesterday from her memory. But thoughts of Jase kept invading. Was he back in California yet? Had he really gotten Seth fired from the film? Did Jase miss her as much as she missed him? She was so tired of being left behind, tired of being alone. Cassidy straightened the front room and glanced at the wall clock. Still almost 30 minutes until it was time to open the store. She grabbed a bottle of window cleaner and squirted the fronts of the display cases, then vigorously wiped them down with a towel. Maybe she was being stubborn. Jase couldn't control where Seth went. They both worked in the entertainment industry, which wasn't that big of a world. It made sense they'd end up working together occasionally. Cassidy glanced at her phone, finger hovering over Jase's number. She should call and apologize, offer to go with him to Texas. Tears sprang to her eyes and she shoved the phone back in her apron pocket. No, she hadn't been happy forgetting herself for Seth. She wouldn't be happy doing the same for Jase either. Cassidy dropped the paper towels in the trash can and leaned against the now sparkling display case. She wrapped her arms around her stomach, trying to hold herself together. This pain would pass. She'd made the right decision. A knock sounded rapidly on the glass door, startling her. Cassidy looked up, surprised to see Annabeth Collins waving frantically. Cassidy glanced at the clock. It was still nearly 15 minutes until the store's opening. Cassidy quickly unlocked the door and let Annabeth inside. The woman's hair was pulled back in a loose braid and her eyes were swollen and red. She wore an oversized flannel shirt and yoga pants. "What's wrong?" Cassidy asked.
"It's awful."
Annabeth dabbed underneath one eye with a tissue.
"You have to help me, Cassidy, please. I don't know what else to do."
A pit formed in Cassidy's stomach as pieces of a puzzle started to fall into place. What's awful? But she already knew the answer. There was only one reason Annabeth would be here right now, especially after how she had stormed out of here a month ago.
"The cake,"
Annabeth said, confirming Cassidy's worst fears.
"I've refused to even take it home from the bakery. I don't know what I'm going to do."
Annabeth pulled out her phone, opened something, and handed it to Cassidy. She inhaled sharply at the wedding cake in the photo. The cake layers visibly tilted. The baker probably hadn't used enough support dowels, and the cake appeared to be collapsing underneath its own weight.
"I know,"
Annabeth said, her voice rising.
"It's a complete and total nightmare."
Cassidy took the phone and zoomed in to see the details. Cracked sugar flowers that looked like something out of a bad 80s cartoon tumbled down wrinkled and sagging fondant. Uneven piping covered one layer and messy lattice work another. "Oh, Annabeth."
"The wedding's tomorrow,"
Annabeth choked out.
"I called 5 bakeries in Tulsa, but none of them can fit me in on such short notice."
Cassidy wasn't surprised. A cake like this would take hours and hours to decorate. Who made this?
"Some random bakery in Tulsa."
Annabeth wiped at her eyes.
"I was angry and didn't take any of your suggestions. Please, Cassidy, I know I was unkind the last time we spoke, but if you can't help me, I won't have anything for my wedding tomorrow.
I'm so sorry, Cassidy whispered. She clasped her hands together, trying to stop their trembling.
Can you help me?
Annabeth asked. She pressed her hands together in a praying motion and bit her lip. Cassidy closed her eyes. She didn't want to do this cake for Annabeth. Wasn't sure she was physically capable of it. This week was supposed to be Cassidy's first wedding anniversary. Seth's unexpected arrival yesterday had thrown her for a loop. She could still picture the way Seth's mouth curved up in a cruel smile while offering a backhanded insult. Every conversation with him had crushed a little more of her soul, but she had loved him despite everything, had been thrilled at the thought of welcoming a child. And then he'd left. She could still remember the way her wedding dress had turned into a straitjacket with the news. Hours later, she had stared at an ultrasound screen, silently begging her baby to move. Seth had caused her years of stress and pain and hurt. She'd always ignored all her own wants and needs in favor of what was best for him.
Cassidy?
Annabeth asked softly. Cassidy blinked, realizing Annabeth was still waiting for an answer. The young bride's face was free of makeup, her creamy skin pale and splotchy. Dark circles rimmed bloodshot eyes. Her clasped hands silently pleaded for help. If Cassidy didn't make the cake, there wouldn't be one. Annabeth and her new husband would miss out on smearing frosting on each other's noses while their friends and family laughed. Their wedding album would contain no pictures of a cake-cutting ceremony. A year from now, on their first anniversary, they wouldn't get to share a saved slice and reminisce about their wedding day. Cassidy took a deep breath. She forced the bad memories of Seth behind a door and closed it tightly. She imagined locking up that door and throwing away the key. He wouldn't control her life anymore. Seth no longer got a say in Cassidy's choices. She was done making decisions because of him. 1 year ago, her wedding had ended in a shamble of broken dreams, but Annabeth's didn't need to end the same way. Cassidy forced words from a throat that felt swollen shut. "I'll do it." Annabeth grabbed Cassidy's arms, her eyes wide.
Are you serious?
Cassidy nodded.
Oh, thank you.
Annabeth gave Cassidy a quick hug.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Cassidy smiled, some of the cracks in her heart healing shut at Annabeth's evident joy. "I'm not sure I can do everything you want in a day, but I'll try. What flavors of cake did you want?" Annabeth held up her phone and gave it a little shake.
As long as it doesn't look like this, I don't care what it looks or tastes like. You could serve styrofoam and I'd be okay with it. We're having a Sunday bar so we can get by without serving the cake as a refreshment. I just want a tier to cut into for the photographer so we can feed each other a bite.
There's no need for styrofoam. I can bake when things are slow. And depending on what Annabeth wanted, Cassidy might already have a few of the tiers baked and frozen. Can you text me the sample picture so I can reference it? The one you showed me last month?
I'll send it right now.
Annabeth's fingers flew over the keyboard.
Name your price. I don't care how much it costs at this point. We'll need to pick it up by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Is that enough time?
Cassidy's phone dinged with a text, and she opened up the image. It would be pushing it to get that elaborate a cake decorated overnight, but she would do her best. I can definitely have something presentable by then. I might have to leave off some of the more detailed work, but it will at least look professional.
Thank you.
Annabeth held up her hands, backing toward the door.
Okay, I'm leaving so you can get to work. If you need anything, just send me a text. I can send one of my bridesmaids to watch the store while you work if that would help.
Cassidy chuckled, sticking her phone back in her apron pocket. I don't think that'll be necessary.
Okay, well, have a good day. Thank you.
The bakery was blessedly slow, and Cassidy got all the cakes baked and in the freezer in between customers. But that didn't stop the memories, both of Jase and of Seth, from overwhelming her. As soon as the last customer left, Cassidy locked the front door and turned off the store lights. Then she headed to the kitchen and got to work. I can do this, Cassidy muttered as she pulled the chocolate fudge-flavored bottom cake tier out of the freezer. She worked all night, treating each detail with meticulous care. Working on the cake opened a floodgate of memories of her own almost wedding a year prior. As Cassidy dirty iced the alternating chocolate fudge and vanilla bean layers of the cake, Annabeth's choice, she could almost smell the spice cake that had made her so ill last year. Cassidy's stomach churned just like it had then. Beads of sweat prickled her forehead, but she pressed on. Cassidy began mixing white fondant. Her shoulders ached as though remembering the racking sobs she had been overcome with in the small bride's room at the Sunset Plains church. She'd collapsed in a heap, not caring if her dress got dirty. Without Seth, she hadn't been sure who she was. But she wasn't that lost woman from a year ago. She'd survived. More than that, even. She was thriving at cupcakes and cowboys. Cassidy spread the fondant over each tier of Annabeth's cake and carefully smoothed out any wrinkles or cracks. Then she drove dowels into each layer so it wouldn't collapse like the previous cake and began stacking. Seth had looked so proud yesterday, standing in the bunkhouse common room. Cassidy took a deep breath and shook out the hand holding a piping bag. His eyes had said he hadn't given her a second thought since leaving, and yet she'd still been living in his shadow. She'd bought the bakery partly to prove to him that she could be successful at her dream. She had treated Jase badly at first because she had thought he was friends with Seth. She had kept Jase at arm's length because she was worried he might hurt her in the same way. The hours ticked past midnight and closer to 10 o'clock on Sunday morning. Cassidy carefully crafted a dozen roses out of gum paste and coated them with pink luster dust. But in her mind, she saw the dark red and yellow roses that had topped her own cake, not because she especially loved either color, but because Seth had said the two together reminded him of Hollywood. Cassidy set down her piping bag and sprinkled the last of the luster dust on the cake with barely 30 minutes to spare. She brushed a strand of hair out of her eyes with the back of one wrist and stood back to admire the finished product. It was perfect, Cassidy thought with satisfaction. Prettier than the photograph, even. Pride swelled in her heart as she critically eyed her creation. Roses cascaded elegantly down 5 tiers. She had piped even and steady on 2 of the layers in a shimmery pearl color, adding an elegance to the overall feel. The fondant was smooth, the roses realistic and uncracked. The tiers were evenly placed and with enough support to not sink like the disastrous first cake. She knew that Annabeth would love it. The cake would be a beautiful centerpiece for today's wedding. The hurt and anger slid off Cassidy like raindrops as she blinked back tears. Last month, she had thought decorating a wedding cake would break her. But she had struggled through the pain and come out stronger in the end. She'd created something beautiful out of her sorrow. "You can't hurt me anymore," Cassidy whispered. It was just a cake. What had she been so afraid of? She had to tell Jase. Cassidy flew from the kitchen, ignoring the piping bags and bowls scattered across the sticky decorating table, and to her tablet at the front counter. She tapped open a web browser with shaking fingers and pulled up an airline website. She hadn't wanted to go after Jase because she had worried that would mean losing herself again, like when she had given Seth everything. But Jase had never once taken from her without giving back even more. All relationships required sacrifice, and she was willing to do whatever it took to make theirs work. A quiet knock sounded at the front door. Cassidy blinked, surprised to see Annabeth and Mrs. Collins standing there. She'd completely forgotten about the cake. Cassidy unlocked the door and ushered the 2 women in. Annabeth's hair was piled on top of her head in elegant curls, and her face glowed with happiness. "Sorry we're early," Annabeth said. "We're on our way to the church to finish getting ready, but I wanted to see the cake first." "You look beautiful," Cassidy said. "Come into the back. I just finished the cake." "I barely slept a wink last night," Annabeth said. "I was so worried." "Pre-wedding jitters are normal, dear," Mrs. Collins said, patting her daughter on the hand. "Not about marrying Deacon," Annabeth said. She put her hands to her cheeks. "I've never been more certain of anything in my life. Just about making sure everything goes perfect today." Well, I hope the cake will be one thing you won't have to worry about, Cassidy said. She stepped aside and held out an arm to the cake. What do you think? Annabeth gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Mrs. Collins' own hand went to her chest as she murmured a quiet, "Oh my." Do you like it? Cassidy resisted the urge to twist her braid, feeling suddenly insecure. She had put her heart and soul into this cake, and in return, it had finally helped her let go of the past. I love it, Annabeth breathed. She circled the cake slowly, bending down to admire the detail. Then she straightened and threw her arms around Cassidy. It's absolutely perfect. I don't know if I can ever thank you enough for this. Cassidy hugged Annabeth back, emotions swelling in her chest. I should be thanking you. I didn't know how much I needed to do this until it was done. Well, you've really outdone yourself, Mrs. Collins said. It's breathtaking. Don't you think it's even better than the picture, Annabeth? Definitely. Annabeth waved her hands frantically in front of her face. I swore I wasn't going to cry today. Cassidy, I am so sorry about how I reacted when you told me no. I've been such a bridezilla the past few months. Cassidy gave Annabeth a side hug, affection for her old classmate rising within her. It's in the past. Just focus on enjoying your wedding today, okay? You will come, won't you? Annabeth said. The ceremony starts at 2 o'clock and the reception's at 6. Thanks for the offer, but I think I'll be on my way to California by then. Cassidy had to tell Jase about her realizations in person, and then she would beg him to forgive her and say she wanted to give long distance a try. She couldn't give up her bakery in Sunset Plains, but she knew Jase would never ask her to, just like she'd never ask him to give up acting. Together, they could compromise and find a solution. Mrs. Collins wrote Cassidy a check with a substantial bonus. She tried to refuse, but they insisted. So Cassidy thanked them, gratitude filling her with the knowledge that the bakery was safe for another month. She could definitely stay open until the holiday rush, and hopefully Christmas sales would take her through to Valentine's Day at least. Slowly, bit by bit, she'd reach her goals. Cassidy furiously cleaned the disastrous kitchen, new energy flowing through her. She couldn't be gone for too long, a few days at the most, but she wasn't about to leave a messy kitchen behind. She blasted the radio on the drive home, mentally planning what to pack for her trip. She'd head to the airport in Tulsa and buy the first ticket to Los Angeles, whatever the price. What good was having a credit card if you didn't use it occasionally? The sun shone bright in the sky as she parked outside her house and jumped out of the truck. Hopefully, Mama wouldn't think Cassidy had lost her mind. Cassidy stumbled to a stop, realizing she wasn't alone. Her heart began pounding in her chest. Jase looked up from where he sat on the front porch, his 2 white cowboy hat in one hand. He slowly rose, that dimple popping in one cheek as he gave her a smile. Hey, Cassidy, he said quietly. Can we talk? Chapter 14. She was so beautiful. Jase swallowed hard as she walked toward him. Her face was unreadable, but there was something different about her. She seemed lighter, more content. He hoped that didn't mean she was doing fine without him, because the last day and a half had been excruciating for him. I thought you'd be back in Los Angeles by now. Her hand reached up, smoothing that braid he'd loved to undo over one's shoulder. Jase played with the brim of his cowboy hat. It felt right in his hands, just like it felt right to be back in Sunset Plains. I was supposed to fly out yesterday, but that hurricane on the East Coast grounded a lot of flights and the flight got canceled. So I went back to the airport this morning, with Seth. He swallowed hard, hoping bringing up her ex wouldn't derail the conversation. But he wasn't going to repeat his past mistakes twice. He didn't want any more secrets between them, didn't want subjects they had to skate around. Cassidy took another slow step forward, making his mouth go dry. And when they called for first-class boarding, I couldn't get on the plane. Jase had stared at his ticket, heart beating erratically. Beside him, Seth had slung his carry-on over one shoulder and started toward the gate door. But all Jase could think about was Cassidy, The girl who could make him laugh with a sassy comeback. Cassidy, whose eyes flashed with fire when pushed. Cassidy, who rode a horse like she belonged and baked red velvet cupcakes that made his mouth water. Nothing mattered without her. Not his mother's wrath, or his career as an actor, or winning an Oscar. He'd picked up his bag and raced toward baggage claim, ignoring Seth's shouts to come back. But it was the awful name Seth had called Cassidy, swearing she'd ruined Jase's life, that had pushed him from anger at Seth to fury. Cassidy pressed a hand to her stomach, eyes wide. Why? Jase set the cowboy hat on his head, taking another step closer. She didn't back away. Why what? Why didn't you get on the plane? She was close enough to kiss. Slowly, Jase reached an arm around her waist. She didn't pull away. Because I love you, Cassidy Erickson. I know a month isn't enough time to say those words, but they're true. I love you like I've never loved another woman. Her eyes filled with tears, but her hands slid up his chest and over his shoulders, making him shiver. How do I know you aren't just caught up in your method acting? Maybe this is all a role to you. He shook his head, pulling the elastic out of the end of her braid. Not even close, sweetheart. You are the realest thing I've ever experienced. For the first time in my life, I feel like I'm only playing myself. Her hands running up his chest, over his shoulders, down his arms, and back again were making it hard to think. What about the movie? It hadn't taken long for his mother to call. Seth must have given her a heads up before the plane took off. Jase was waiting in line for a rental car when his phone rang. She had screamed, threatened, and begged for him to get on the plane. I told my mother she had a choice. She could recast me or Seth. Perhaps not the most professional move in the world, but the vile terms Seth had used to describe Cassidy, all in an attempt to get Jase on the plane, were still fresh in his mind. Cassidy's hands froze on her chest while her eyes widened in shock. You didn't. I did. Men like him don't deserve success, and I couldn't spend every day on set with someone who had hurt you. Now her hands were combing through the short hairs at the base of his skull, driving him positively mad. He tightened his grip on her waist, bringing her closer still. So what did your mom say? Cassidy asked. Seth's out of the film. I have to go to California tonight. He captured Cassidy's hand, holding it against his heart. Hundreds of people's jobs are depending on me showing up tomorrow. You understand that, don't you, Cassidy? If I could back out without costing so many people their paycheck, I would. But the makeup artists and the set designers and caterers and hundreds of other people can't afford a major delay while they recast the role. Her hands were still stroking his hair, and she cocked her head at a flirtatious angle. I understand completely. Jase couldn't stop himself anymore. He ran his fingers through her hair, gently undoing the braid, his eyes never leaving hers. Good, because I don't want that life anymore. I want you. I want this life. I want Sunset Plains. She buried her face in his chest, and he wrapped his arms tightly around her, closing his eyes in relief. You're not just saying that? She asked. Absolutely not. I'm meeting with a real estate agent in about an hour to go look at the property next to yours. I want to put in an offer before I leave tonight. After glimpsing what life could be like with Cassidy, he couldn't imagine going back to what it used to be. He was finally ready to make his choice, and he chose Cassidy. He chose Sunset Plains. A strangled sob tore from her. Jase kissed her head, smoothing back her hair. It's okay, sweetheart, he murmured. It's okay. Are you sure about all this? He lifted her head and held her cheeks in both hands. I've never been more certain of anything in my life. I told you that I haven't been happy with my career for a while. I believe you used the phrase dissatisfied. He tapped her nose with his finger, grinning. Same thing. When I came to Oklahoma, it was like breathing for the first time in years. She placed a soft hand on his chest, leaning into him, driving him mad. I don't want you to resent me one day. He chuckled, bringing her hand to his lips and placing a soft kiss in the center of her palm. This is the choice I'd make regardless of whether you were in the equation. You're just the icing on the cupcake. She laughed, burying her face in his chest.
Jase?
Yeah?
I love you too. Now are you gonna kiss me or what?
She rose on her tiptoes, staring into his eyes with a challenge he was more than happy to answer. Slowly, he tipped her chin up and lowered his head toward hers. His lips caressed hers, light as a feather. She pulled his cowboy hat off and he heard it drop to the ground with a thunk. Then she wrapped her hand around the back of his neck and deepened the kiss. Jase drank her in as he pressed her closer. Eventually, they broke away, breathing heavily, but Jase didn't let her out of his arms.
Jase,
Cassidy said softly. He murmured.
I decorated a wedding cake last night.
That made him pause. Jase gripped her arms, shock flowing through him. You what?
She laughed and nodded. I'll tell you all about it later, but I'm okay now. The past is finally in the past.
He crushed her to him, kissing her again. I can't believe I almost lost you. I love you so much.
I love you too. We'll figure out all the Hollywood stuff. You're worth whatever sacrifices I have to make, because I know you'd never ask me to sacrifice a part of myself.
Never, he whispered. We're the real deal, Cassidy Erickson. No roles, no acting, and I'm going to spend the rest of my life proving to you how real this is. She picked up his cowboy hat and plopped it on her own head, grinning up at him.
You'd better, cowboy. Now, didn't you say you had a flight to catch tonight? We've only got a few hours together today, and I'm not about to waste them.
And then she kissed him again. Epilogue. 2 months later.
Good.
Cassidy smiled at Annabeth Collins and pointed to the bubblegum pink fondant she was using to cover an 8-inch round cake.
Run your smoother around the sides another few times. Make sure to get all those wrinkles out of the fondant. They'll only get more noticeable after you airbrush on some detail and then steam the whole thing. Got it.
Annabeth picked up the smoother and dutifully began running it across the cake again. Cassidy looked around the front room of her cupcake shop, satisfaction rolling through her. 12 women had signed up for her first cake decorating class, and she could already tell it was a hit. She had pushed the small round tables up against the wall and set up long folding tables instead. They were covered with plastic tablecloths. Various fondant tools were scattered across the top as the women concentrated on their small cakes. Across the street, Cassidy could just make out the sun dipping below the buildings. Cars lined the curbs, and even more were parked around back in the small gravel parking lot. The only thing missing from today was Jase. It had been his idea to offer the classes in the evenings after the bakery was closed for the day. During his last visit to Sunset Plains, Cassidy had gotten a rush order for a specialty cake, and they had spent another long evening together at the bakery, decorating. Jase had been more interested in flirting than in helping, and Cassidy had laughingly told him that if he was going to spend so much time in her kitchen, he needed to at least help out. The next day, he had asked her to teach him how to roll fondant and cover a cake. As they'd cleaned up the kitchen after a fun and messy few hours, he'd suggested doing classes for the town. Cassidy had been apprehensive at first, but with his encouragement had gone ahead with the idea. Jase always encouraged her to stretch outside her comfort zone, and then he supported her every step of the way. She missed him so much. Just a few more days until filming would wrap and he'd be back in Sunset Plains for good.
My fondant keeps cracking,
a middle-aged woman with an ample bosom said.
What am I doing wrong, Cassidy?
Cassidy wandered over to the woman and bent down, examining her fondant.
It's drying out. That can happen when you work it too much. Let's peel it off, add a little shortening, and try again.
As Cassidy helped repair the fondant, her thoughts drifted again to Jase. She wondered if he was back in his trailer for the night, or if he'd had another long day of shooting. He was in a pretty remote location in Texas, about an hour from the nearest hotel or store. The crew and cast all tended to push for longer days in an attempt to finish shooting sooner so they could get back to civilization. The last 8 weeks had been long and hard. Seth had indeed been fired from the movie and replaced with someone else. Last Cassidy had heard, Seth's reputation for showing up late for call times and lazy acting was making the rounds, and he hadn't been cast in anything else yet. Jase said he had gotten what he deserved, and part of Cassidy couldn't help but agree. But a much bigger part of her honestly didn't care. Seth was her past. He didn't matter anymore. Cassidy had flown out to Texas twice for a long weekend and loved Jase's enthusiasm as he showed her around the set. This film had seemed to help him recapture the love of acting he had worried he had lost forever. The only uncomfortable parts of those weekends had been the brief interaction she had had with his mother. The woman was as prickly as a cactus, but Jase assured Cassidy it wasn't her. That was just how his mother was. Jase had come to Sunset Plains twice as well over the past 2 months. He'd closed on his ranch last month, and Cassidy had taken to driving by it each night on her way home so she could update Jase on the progress of his new house. Sometimes on Sunday, she'd ride out on Cupcake to their special meadow and talk to Jase on the phone for hours. Long distance wasn't ideal, but Cassidy found it wasn't as challenging as she'd feared either. A relationship was so much easier to manage with a committed partner who cared about her needs. "Great job tonight, ladies," Cassidy said. "Next week we'll work on our piping skills. See you then." The women thanked her and left with their covered cakes, giggling and talking loudly about the class. Cassidy waved as they drove away, then she locked the door. Jase's idea had been a good one. She was already looking forward to the next class. Cassidy pulled her phone out of her apron pocket and texted Jase. "You still working?" "Almost done for the night," came his quick response. "How did the class go?" "Really good, I think." "I knew it would. I'm so proud of you." Cassidy's heart swelled in her chest as she gathered up the cheap plastic tablecloths and dumped them in the trash can. "I'll call you when I'm home if you're up for a chat." "Wouldn't miss it. Hey, can you drive by my ranch on the way home? I want to make sure the builders started framing today." "Sure," Cassidy said. "I'll head that way in about 20 minutes. She quickly cleaned up the front room and moved the tables back into place, then grabbed her keys and locked up the shop. The warm, late August breeze whipped tendrils from her braids as she drove toward Real Ranch. She'd teased Jase about the name, but he had pulled her into his arms and said he never wanted to forget that while acting was great, Sunset Plains was genuine. It was nearly 9 o'clock when Cassidy turned onto the freshly resurfaced drive leading to Real Ranch. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the remaining pink light of a sunset was rapidly fading to black. But the walls of Jase's home had indeed been erected today. Their dark silhouettes reached strong and tall toward the sky. Cassidy cut the engine and got out of the truck. Lightning bugs flashed in the distance as she walked toward the house. She squinted. What were those flickering lights near the middle of the home? A shadow moved near the lights, making Cassidy's heart pound. "Hello?" she called. "It's just me," came a familiar deep voice. "Jase?" Cassidy hopped onto the foundation and flew into his arms, laughing. "What are you doing back already?" He didn't answer, but instead lowered his head toward hers. She tipped his cowboy hat back on his forehead and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, relishing the feel of his lips against hers. "I wasn't expecting you back for another few days," Cassidy said, her tone a little breathless. Jase's hands were warm and steady at her waist. "Filming wrapped a little early. I booked it to the airport and grabbed the first flight out of there." She rose on her tiptoes and kissed him again. "You won't hear any complaints from me." Jase chuckled and pulled her hands toward the flickering lights. She could see now that they were candles set around a picnic blanket. "It was too late to grab Gertie, so your mama let me make some sandwiches," Jase said. Cassidy stared up at him, loving the way he looked in that cream-colored cowboy hat. "Just how long have you been home, Jase Larson?" "Only about an hour, but I wanted to make sure I had everything ready. There's something big I want to talk to you about." He'd been offered another part in a movie. Cassidy let him lead her to the blanket and sat down, not feeling the tension and stress she'd expected to come with such an announcement. "Where are you going this time?" Jase sat down beside her, one eyebrow cocked as the candlelight danced across the planes of his face. "Huh?" "The role you've been offered." Cassidy gave him a smile. "I knew you couldn't stay away from acting for good. It's in your blood, Jase. You're good at it. I want you to win that Oscar almost as much as your mother does, I think."
Jase laughed. "I doubt that."
"Jase, I'm serious." She rose on her knees and took his face between her hands. "You can't give up acting permanently. Only take the roles you feel passionate about, but you have to keep taking the roles." His hands rested against hers, and he leaned forward and gave her a quick kiss.
"I love you so much, Cassidy."
"I love you too." He took her hand gently in his.
"It actually is a new role I wanted to talk to you about."
"Okay, what kind of movie is this? I know you're great in romantic comedies, but I've got to be honest, I hate seeing you kiss other women on screen."
Jase inclined his head to the side. "I certainly hope there will be lots of romance, and at least some comedy. But this is a role I can't take on without your help."
Cassidy stilled. She put a hand to her chest where her heart suddenly was pounding. When she spoke, her voice was a squeak. "Oh?"
"Oh,"
Jase agreed. Slowly, he rose up on one knee and withdrew something from his pocket. Cassidy rose to her knees as well. "Oh my gosh." Jase smiled and flipped open the box. The candlelight danced across a glittering ring with the biggest diamond Cassidy had ever seen. "Jase," Cassidy breathed, her eyes flying up to meet his.
"Cassidy Erickson," Jase said, "I am so in love with you. I think I've loved you since our very first date to the meadow. Of all the roles I've auditioned for and all the roles I've been offered, I've never wanted a role more than I want that of your husband. Will you make me the happiest man alive and marry me?"
Cassidy laughed and threw her arms around his neck, heart soaring. She pressed her lips against his and felt the pounding of his heart against her palm. "I love you so much."
"Is that a yes?"
Jase asked. "Yes." Cassidy laughed and held out a shaking hand as he slipped the ring onto her finger. A perfect fit.
"I can't wait to take on this role,"
Jase whispered, kissing her temple.
"Let's not make it a long engagement. I just want to start our lives together."
"Agreed," Cassidy said, and then she showed him just how much she meant it. About the author. Lindzee Armstrong is the USA Today best-selling author of the No Match for Love series, Royal Secret series, Kiss Me series, and Chasing Tomorrow series. In case it wasn't obvious, she's always had a soft spot for love stories. In 3rd grade, she started secretly reading romance novels, hiding the covers so that no one would know because, hello, embarrassing, and dreaming of her own Prince Charming. Lindsay met her true love while at college, where she graduated with a bachelor's in history education. They are now happily married and raising twin boys in the Rocky Mountains. Like any true romantic, Lindsay loves chick flicks, ice cream, and chocolate. She believes in sigh-worthy kisses and happily ever afters and loves expressing that through her writing. To find out more about Lindsay and her future releases, visit her website at lindsayarmstrong.com. You can also find her on Facebook and BookBub. For more information on the narrator and the production company, visit their websites at tiffanywilliamsvo.com and airbendingmediaproductions.com, and you can find them also on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. This has been Never Say Match, No Match for Love, Book 9. Written by Lindsay Armstrong. Narrated by Tiffany Williams. Produced by Airbending Media Productions, LLC. Copyright 2019 by Lindsay Armstrong. Production copyright by Lindsay Armstrong.